Nigeria.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Welcome back home. The 1995 graduating set of the College of Medicine, the University of Ibadan. I'm sure that the rendition of the UI anthem and the College of Medicine anthem brings back very fond memories. I would like now to start by introducing and recognizing some of our guests who are already seated. Let me begin by introducing the Vice Chancellor of the University of Ibadan, ably represented by the Deputy Vice Chancellor, Administration, Professor of Dental Surgery, Professor Arotiba. Next is our amiable Provost of the College of Health of the College of Medicine, University of Ibadan, Professor T. Ogudiron. The CMD, who is yet to be with us, we'll recognize him when he comes in. On the table as well, we have our College Secretary, Mrs. Odedele, and a representative of the Financial Controller, of the college as well. You're welcome. Then we have our chairman of the occasion, Emeritus Professor E. Oluwole Akonde. You're welcome, sir. And our guest lecturer for today, Professor E. Otolori. You're welcome, sir. We also have in our midst esteemed teachers across different generations. We have with us Emeritus Professor Falashe, former Vice Chancellor of the University of Ibadan, and former Provost of the College of Medicine. We have with us Emeritus Professor Adekunle, former retired Professor of Surgery. You're welcome, sir. We also have with us retired Professor of Clinical Pharmacology, Professor Falade. You're welcome, ma'am. We also have in the front former Provost of the College of Medicine and retired Professor of O&G, Professor Ladus Ojengbede. We also have with us our teacher, retired Professor of Surgery, Professor J.K. Ladipo. You're welcome, sir. As the guests come in, we will recognize them. Let me finally recognize the executive of the College of Medicine 1995 graduating set. College of Medicine alumni, University of Ibadan graduating set of 1995. The executive led by our president, Dr. Olakole Johnson, and his. We have a member of the board of trustee of that alumni set, Professor Lanre Wasiu, who is CMD of Lagos University Teaching Hospital. Thank you. I would love now to welcome, okay, before I do that, let me introduce myself. My name is Osereme Aisodewe Shadrach. I am coordinating affairs for this morning. I am a member of the graduating class, of course. And I'm currently Professor of Urology and Consultant Urologist at the University of Abuja. Once again, I welcome my colleagues, my friends, my classmates from far and near. I can see all of you. You're welcome. A lot of us have come from across the oceans, from the United States, from Canada, from Australia, from South Africa, from across the sea, also from Lagos, across the desert, from Abuja, from Kaduna, from Sokoto, and from all over. You are all welcome. Please, a round of applause for yourselves. Let me introduce, to give us a welcome address, the chairman of the LOC of this 30th anniversary graduation reunion, the indefatigable Dr. Okechukwu Oga. Okay. Before that, let us pray. And I will call the bishop in the class, Bishop Dr. Soji Shogun, to give us the opening prayers.
Thank you, sir. Can we pray? Father in heaven, we thank you for how far you have led us. We thank you for journey mercies. We thank you for the way you have been with us in provision and sustenance. We commit the whole of this program unto your hand. Father, we thank you because you will be exalted in everything that we do in Jesus' name. Take all the glory and cause people that are coming after us to learn from us great, and we will have great expectations from them. In Jesus' mighty name we pray. Amen.
My apologies. I would like to before the chairman LOC welcomes us, I would like to recognize some of our teachers that came in before now. Professor Alada from the Department of Physiology. You're welcome, sir. And our Dean of the Faculty of Clinical Sciences of the University of Ibadan, Professor Taiwo Lawal. Okay, yeah, there. And of course, I missed out an important part of the recognition, which is the spouses of members of the graduating set of 1995. If you are a spouse of a graduating set member, could you please stand up for special recognition? All right. Mr. LOC Chairman.
Thank you very much. The chairman of the occasion, Professor E.O. Akonde, the Deputy Vice Chancellor Academic, who is representing the Vice Chancellor today, Professor Rotiba, the Provost of the College of Medicine, our own Professor Tio Gundiron, the Secretary to the College, Mr. Odadele, and the representative of the Financial Controller, our revered teachers that are here. I want to especially recognize my own academic father, Professor Ayodele Falashe. Prof, you are welcome. Professor Dekunle, Professor Lada, I recognize all of you. Thank you very much. 30 years ago marked the end of our undergraduate training at the College of Medicine, University of Ibadan. 30 years ago, College of Medicine, University of Ibadan launched us into the global space to conquer. 30 years ago, College of Medicine gave us wings to fly and to flourish. When we were graduating, one of my classmates said that University of Ibadan had conducted a generational radical povertectomy on him. And I think that's what UI did. So we are therefore grateful to the institution and the men and women God used to give us an excellent medical and dental training. It is not surprising that the class deems it fit to come back on a regular basis to thank the institution and to reunite again. In 2015, we were here. We would have come in 2020, but because of the COVID pandemic. Today we are here to reunite as well as to give back to our great college and the teaching hospital. It is an opportunity we look up to as a class to touch base, see old friends, and share ideas. The Bible says that this is a day that the Lord has made. We will rejoice and be glad in it. It is my pleasure to welcome you all to where we all started, where we drank gari together, where we ate binzo together, and where some of us turned to occasional high priests by burning their food. A lot has changed in us and in our institution in the last 30 years. For some, this is the first time coming back to Ibadan since the time we graduated. It is my special honor to welcome you back. The next few days will give us opportunity to connect again I want to sincerely thank all those who have worked tirelessly to ensure this reunion happen. Thank you to our indefatigable president, Dr. Lakunle Johnson KJ. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a president who is a man of faith, both in words, both in work, and both in deed. We appreciate your uncommon courage and leadership skills. I therefore ask you again that you come to my constituency and contest election. I will convince my people to vote for you. Thank you. I appreciate all members of the ESCO for all your fruitful efforts. Thanks to all members of the reunion committee, especially the golden and executive women. They know themselves. And men in the social, in the welfare, in the documentary, in the media subcommittees. I want to end my address with the golden words of Chinua Achebe. A man who calls his kinsmen to a feast does not do so to save them from starving. They all have food in their own homes. When we gather together in the Moonlight Village ground, it is not because of the moon. Every man can see it in his own compound. We come together because it is good for kinsmen to do so. Thank you very much.
Thank you, LOC Chair. I would like to warn the class president not to go to August People's Place to contest election. Because the result would already have been written before you contest even the primaries. Thank you once again, LOC Chair. May I quickly recognize the presence of former Provost, College of Medicine, University of Ibadan, Professor Akinyinka. One of our esteemed teachers and retired professor of medicine, Professor Onodeko. You're welcome, sir. And one of our esteemed teachers in the Department of Pathology, Professor Ogumbiyi. You're welcome, sir. I will now, after warning the president, the president of our class, now ask him to please step to the podium and address the class and the guest present. Mr. President, sir.
Thank you. This reunion is a thanksgiving to God for his goodness and mercy to this unique class of College of Medicine, University of Ibadan, 1995 medical and dental graduating class. The Vice Chancellor, University of Ibadan, ably represented by the Deputy Vice Chancellor, Academic, Professor J.T. Arotiba, my teacher, my mentor, my Oga. I remember the day I was absent in the oral surgery clinic. I was told that Oga rigged. In today's balance, it changed. He was angry that I was absent. And I had to Nicodemously went to his residence in the evening to report myself. He listened to my lies. I said, don't worry about it. You are forgiven. I remember Newark, New Jersey. I remember Laredo, Texas. And we'll be ready to have you in Katy, Texas. Our great provost, Professor T.O. Ogudiran, the CMD, Professor J.C. Otegbayo in absentia, who greatly helped members of this class to pass their medicine exam by taking his time to organize tutorials. Our Baba, the chairman of the occasion, Emeritus Professor E. Oluwole Akonde, a great-grandfather of medicine, the father of one of our classmates, Benga, called Shaq, and who has demonstrated shakily for this reunion. Our great-grandfather in medicine, the guest lecturer for today, Professor E.O. Otolo Omokiodion, our daddy, teacher, and a light in the Christian race. All our teachers who are present, to see your children again after 30 years. Please, I kindly seek the indulgence our daddies and mommies by clapping for them. Thank you very much. I recollect with great nostalgia when I was inducted 30 years ago at the college auditorium as a dentist, wearing my eldest brother oversized blazer because I couldn't buy one. And my mom shedding tears of joy because my father was assassinated few months before I get admission to this great College of Medicine, University of Ibadan. It's a great honor to stand in front of you and to talk about this amazing group of people who transcended expectations at this glorious College of Medicine, University of Ibadan. It is a thing of joy to be associated with this unique UI 1995 graduate class of medical and dental professionals. It is on record that over 85% of the class progressed from the preclinical school to the clinical school. That was a unique pass in our days. The class blended beauty with brains, social life, sports, and politics. The class produced 3 distinctions in the preclinical school. A member of this class became the senior union president after a near loss the previous year. A revolution in sports in ABA started with this class by introducing a 5-a-side soccer competitions, which resulted in the All winning its first ever soccer game at the Vice Chancellor's Cup competition. My humble self, I'm a defender of Giblo Rockers. Come today, and you shall see me in action again. We have at present, as I'm speaking, 16 professors in this class. I believe by the time I finish this speech, I will get the news that we have added another professor. A member of this class is the CMD of Lagos University Teaching Hospital, in the person of Professor Wasiu Laure Adeyemo. Similarly, one of us was Commissioner of Health for 8 years in Abia State. And that's why he said I should come to his constituency. And that's in the person of Dr. Okechukwu Oga. No Okechukwu I know that I've messed up. They are always doing well. And thank you for organizing this for us. I remember Sima and Uche Okechukwu. We have members of our class in various fields of medicine and dentistry, excluding neurosurgery, both in this country and in diaspora. Sadly, we have lost some members of this class to the cold hand of death. And they are Dr. Olorufemi Johnson, Dr. Ivy Umana, Dr. Dennis Ugboma, Dr. Tiamiyu Oluyomi, Dr. Omolara Tanimonure Johnson, Dr. Taufik Sumono, Dr. Washington Moka, Dr. Diji Yusuf, Dr. Anako Abdulaziz Fashe, Dr. Ismail Abdul, and Pa Wilosa. May they rest in the eternal peace, and may the good Lord comfort their families and loved ones. It is my prayer that we shall not experience premature and untimely death in our midst again in Jesus' name. Our current executive council, which took office in January this year, has had a remarkable journey so far. We achieved several milestones, including registering this class as an association with the Corporate Affairs Commission. We developed a guiding constitution, and we have instituted a group life insurance scheme for the class. The class has given back to this school during our 20th anniversary post-graduation the following: a new Toyota Airs bus to the Palliative Center of UCH, inverter system to the Dental Center, renovation of the Alexandra Brown Hall TV room, and a borehole for Alexandra Brown Hall. For this year 38th anniversary, the class is given to our alma mater the following: solar alternative energy, 40 kVA, to the restorative department of the Faculty of Dentistry, College of Medicine, University of Ibadan. We are able to upgrade the solar alternative energy of the Family Medicine Department of UCH from 2.5 kVA to 5.0 kVA. The class, we are able to give to the alma mater 5 kVA solar alternative energy to the Community Medicine Department of the College of Medicine. And we look inwards again to give 2 laryngoscope video instruments to the Department of Anesthesia, UCH. We gave anthroscope to the Orthopedic Department of UCH. To the Pediatrics Department, we gave 2 ambulatory blood pressure monitors with neonatal, infant, and child cuffs, 4 Omron BP machines, 4 BP cuffs, and 4 weighing machines. Similarly, we gave to the Department of Medicine 4 Contact TLC 9803 3-channel Holter ECG, 2 Contact 24-hour rechargeable ambulatory blood pressure monitors with large adults and adult tie cuffs, hand-held spirometer, digital sleep apnea, screen monitor, ultrasound blood flow detector. We gave laptop to both the Department of Medicine and Pediatrics for the working of this instrument. We gave to the O&G department one digital video coloscope, and accessory. And we went further to ophthalmology department of University College Hospital by the installation of Retiscan 21 diagnosis unit with the supply of 1 year's consumable and basic maintenance support after the payment of the outstanding debt of the hospital. We went and gave solar alternative energy for Block E, Alexandra Brown Hall. And because our class has so much interest in sports, we have given a donation of the sporting equipment so that the medical student can have a form of exercise. Today, also, we are giving a check of 10 million naira to the ICOMA towards the construction of the ICOMA student hostel. The total cost of all these projects is approximately 90 million naira. I want to sincerely thank every member of this class for your love, support, kindness, and generosity. You have sown to humanity, and my prayer is that the Almighty God will reward you greatly in Jesus' name. I say a big thank you for giving me the honor to serve as your service in chief at this time. God bless the College of Medicine, UI 1995 Medical and Dental graduating class. God bless UI UCH. God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. But before I drop this microphone, Mr. Provost, sir, Professor T.O. Ogoderan, I listened to you when you are presenting to the ICOMA North America about indigent students, that we need to sponsor them. So I stand today and let you know that my foundation, College Johnson Reviving Hope Foundation, will be sponsoring 2 medical students. 1 medical, 1 dental. Thank you all for coming. God bless you in Jesus' name.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I would like at this juncture to please request that our class give a resounding applause to our class president. Mr. President, we would like to use this occasion to congratulate you for the successes and to appreciate you for your uncommon and unparalleled leadership of this class. God bless you. I would like to recognize the presence of Professor Mrs. Arojulu from the Department of Community Dentistry and Peri-Odontology. You're welcome, ma'am. And one of our esteemed teachers and retired professor of pediatrics, Professor Kike Oshinusi. You're welcome, ma'am. We would like to take remarks now. We'll start by a remark by the chairman of the occasion. And I would like to seek the indulgence of the House that the chairman would speak from his position and not need to come to the podium.
Thank you very much. The Vice Chancellor, ably represented by one of us, Professor Arotiba.
the Provost of the College of Medicine, Professor Gundiro, the Secretary to the College of Medicine, Mr. Odedele, distinguished professors, past Vice Chancellor, past Provosts, past heads of departments, and current deans, current heads of departments. Let me rest on the existing protocol. Our distinguished speaker, Professor Otolori. It is indeed a great honor for me to have been asked to chair this occasion, marking the auspicious return and reunion of the class of 1995, celebrating 30 years of graduating from this medical school. To God be the honor and the glory. As you've been told, this class includes my son, Dr. Gbenga Akonde, whose apology for his inevitable absence has been communicated to the organizing committee. The class, you've also been told, consists of several distinguished members and many, many other people. They have done very well in this. 30 years. It seems a short time. In fact, it is short in current terminology. But within that period, they have produced so many distinguished people who have excelled in various disciplines of medicine. We're indeed very proud of them. We're very proud of them. This College of Medicine is very fortunate to have strong, committed alumni who are supporting their alma mater in various ways. And your class is no exception. You've been told, even now, what you had donated in the past and what you intend to donate this year, amounting to a sum of 90 million naira. I think they deserve an ovation. You've done so well. You've done so well. We welcome you back home. This reunion will be a grand one. Your choice today of Professor Oladipo Otolori as the guest speaker is indeed very appropriate, because Professor Otolori is a distinguished and highly respected alumnus of this college. He is the immediate past president of the Ibadan College of Medicine worldwide, ICOMA worldwide. I remember sometimes when I occupied that position in the past, someone had referred to me as president of ICOMA everywhere. That's what Professor Otolori is now. We really are very happy that he has accepted to give this lecture, and we look forward to what he will tell us about brain drain. Brain drain. I think it's now called JAPA, the JAPA syndrome. I'm sure we can turn this into brain drain, undoubtedly. Well, there are so many distinguished people here. I cannot mention all their names. They've all been recognized. They've all been welcomed. I can only add my own to it to say that it's a pleasure to see so many of them. Many of us are getting old. And as someone said, old age is not easy. It's not easy. But through God's grace, we're able to manage and to survive. So it gives me very great pleasure to welcome the 1995 class back home. This is your home. You only went away temporarily. You are welcome back home. And we wish you all a pleasant return home and an enjoyable stay in Ibadan. Thank you very much. God bless you all.
Thank you, Chairman, sir. would like to take the remarks from the provost of the College of Medicine at the University of Ibadan, Professor T. Ogudiro. Your remarks, sir.
I was told to give my lecture, my remarks there, and I said, I'm not a living legend yet. The Vice Chancellor of this great university, ably represented by the DVC ACAD, our own Professor J.T. Arotiba, and the DVC ACAD himself in his own right, as a member of this community who is gracing this occasion, the Chief Medical Director of the University College Hospital, Professor J.C. Otegbayo, who I believe should be here as soon as possible, the CMD of LUTH, our own Professor Wasiu Lanre Adeyemo FAS, who is a distinguished member of this class, all members of the COM-UI management and executive committees, our living legend and chairman of this homecoming and reunion occasion, the first provost of the College of Medicine, University of Ibadan, Emeritus Professor E.O. Akonde, our living legend and the third provost of the College of Medicine, University of Ibadan, and the 9th Vice Chancellor of the UI, Emeritus Professor Ayodele Falashe, who has just left, all other living legends and teachers here present, including the 5th Provost, Emeritus Professor Dosu Ojengbede, the 9th Provost of the College of Medicine, Professor Olusegun O. Akinyinka, and one of our former Deputy Provosts, Professor Mrs. Oshinusi. The guest lecturer of today and former President of ICOMA Worldwide, distinguished Professor E.O. Otolorin, all our teachers in the COM-UI here present, the distinguished members of the MBBS BDS class of 1995, great UI. Great. All our students here present gracing this occasion and looking forward to 30 or 30-something years to come to be celebrating their own. Distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, it is with great joy and profound gratitude to God that I stand before you today at this second homecoming and reunion of the 1995 MBBS BDS class. This is not just an ordinary gathering. It is a celebration of friendship, purpose, and the remarkable journey that binds this distinguished class together. The last time the class of 1995 came together in this spirit of reunion was in 2015, when you marked your 20th anniversary. On that occasion, you did not only reunite, you also gave back generously to the College of Medicine, your alma mater. Your contributions were impactful and enduring, including a new brand, Toyota IS bus to the Palliative Care Center, an inverter system to the Dental Center, the renovation of Alexander Brown Hall, and the sinking of a borehole for the ABH students. These were not mere donations. They were legacies of gratitude, service, and vision, and standing for legacies to continue to serve our college and University College Hospital to this day. Fast forward 10 years later, here we are again celebrating not only how far you have come as individuals, but also reaffirming the unbreakable bond you share with each other and with this institution. As I look across this hall, I do not only see alumni, I see a living tapestry of stories woven with perseverance, achievements, sacrifice, and triumph. This reunion is a powerful reminder that though time and distance may scatter you across the globe, the friendships and experiences forged here remain indelible. They are the ties that keep this community strong, the spark that rekindles every time you gather. As provost, I'm deeply proud of the example this class continues to set. Your commitment to excellence, your innovative spirit, and your enduring service to society stand as an inspiration not only to your peers, but to the current generation of students who walk these halls. You are a beacon of what it means to carry forward the values of this great college. On behalf of the College of Medicine, University of Ibadan, I thank you all for your loyalty, your generosity, and your enduring support. May your bonds continue to grow stronger, your successes multiply, and your legacy shine ever brighter. In 10 years to come, at your 40th anniversary and reunion, I will not be standing here as provost. There are no second or third terms. Even if there are, apologies. Even if there are, I will not be seeking a re-election. One-term provostship is demanding enough in a person's lifetime. However, whenever and wherever, may the Lord grant you all and all of us peace, grace, and good health to celebrate together once again. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. For the last remarks, I'd like to call the representative, the Vice Chancellor of the University of Ibadan, ably represented by Deputy Vice Chancellor, Professor Arotiba. Thank you, sir.
The chairman of this occasion, the first provost of the College of Medicine, Professor Oluwole Akande, the Provost College of Medicine, Professor Temitayo Ogudiran, the College Secretary, the Financial Controller, the Chief Medical Director in absentia, the Speaker of this occasion, our own Professor Emmanuel Otolorin, the immediate past ICOMA President worldwide, the former VC of the University of Ibadan and former Provost, Professor Falashe, the former CMD of Lagos, Professor Adekunle, Professor Onandeko, a great teacher, Professor Oshinusi, a great teacher and former Deputy Provost, Professor Ojengbede, former Provost and former Acting VC, Professor Akinyinka, former Provost, Professor Falade, former teacher and director of IMRAT, Professor Alada, former dean and council member, Professor Ladipo, the great surgeon, Professor Ogunbiyi, Professor Aru Jolu. Sorry, I missed the dean. The dean, you should come and sit down in front. The dean of clinical science, Professor Taiwo Lawal. Other teachers and Professor K. Johnson. The CMD of University of Lagos, Professor Adeyemo. Other members of the executive of class of 1975. Professor Asinobi, you're welcome. Distinguished members of class of 95, our students, gentlemen of the press, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It gives me pleasure to be here on this auspicious occasion when the 1995 set of the University of Ibadan College of Medicine celebrates 30 years post-graduation. It is a time of reflection, a time of nostalgia, a time of reminiscence, a time of reunion, and a time of gratitude to the Almighty God for safekeeping and sustenance. I stand to represent the Vice Chancellor of the University of Ibadan, Professor Kayode Oyebode Adebowale, MNI, FAS, who is unavoidably absent. He wishes and intends to be at this epoch-making event, but as we speak, he is in another location attending to matters of the university. He sent his greetings, felicitations, and profound goodwill to the 1995 set, and indeed to everyone. 30 years is a significant milestone, and it is expedient to come together to share experiences, ruminate on fresh ideas, and strategize on giving back to the institution that crafted you. I know you all must have worked in unique parts, serving as consultants in hospitals, advancing research, formulating and shaping policies, training the next generation of medics, and touching lives in diverse but meaningful ways. And so it is good to come together to renew the bond that bound you together 30 years ago as a medical and dental student. As you reunite and celebrate, remember to look forward, because the world of medicine continues to evolve rapidly with new technologies, new opportunities, and new challenges. It is of essence to be abreast and in sync with the global best practices in the field of medicine, because you carry the enormous responsibility of being the custodians of health in your various endeavors and sphere of life. The topic, turning brain drain into brain gain in Nigeria's healthcare sector, is ripe for discussion. It is a known fact that the third world suffers the depletion of our best brains to the developed world. Many see it as a gap in our healthcare systems, in our laboratories and in classrooms. However, with creativity and vision, we can reorder brain drain to brain gain. Our medics in the diaspora are thriving in world-class institutions, leading cutting-edge research, managing hospitals, and influencing global health policies. Their skill has been sharpened, their perspectives broadened. Their skills have been sharpened, their perspective broadened, and their influence expanded. You must begin to think strategically on how to harness these talents to the benefit of our nation, Nigeria. Brain drain can become brain gain when we inspire students. Brain drain becomes brain gain when investment made abroad are channeled into research that is beneficial to the teeming population at home. All this can become feasible only when policymakers see medics in the diaspora as strategic partners in national development. When doctors in Nigeria actively engage and relate with counterparts in the diaspora, and when our Nigeria doctors in different places on the globe become intentional and sincerely concerned about the development of healthcare in Nigeria. This reunion serves the best forum to make this happen. And I must say, it should be a time to open up collaboration and ensure it works. The particular set of 1995 has given so much to our alma mater, and we appreciate this. God will continue to bless you, and God will continue to preserve you. While we wine and dine and remember the good old days, let us know that celebration will be worthwhile if you put in place modalities to turn brain drain into brain gain. God bless you, and wishing you a fruitful deliberation and celebration.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Vice Chancellor, sir. I would like now to an item of the agenda which we would like to take very, very briefly, because it is important that we do so before we do the citation of the speaker and go into the keynote lecture. Would like to ask, so I would like to prepare the minds of the class members to do a self-introduction very, very briefly. But before then, would introduce one of our teachers. I remember him very well, taught us orthopedics in Surgery 1, Dr. Adetunji, former Commissioner of Health, Oyo State, and consultant orthopedic surgeon. Please come to the green seat, sir, please. What? Okay, all right. I would like to recognize Professor Adaeze Asinobi, retired professor of pediatrics, one of our teachers. You're welcome, ma'am. The CMAC UCH, who is representing the CMD, Professor Bukola Adesina, you're welcome. I'd like to recognize Dr. O.S. Oyedun, Department of Anatomy and head of UCH Symphonia. They are going to give us a presentation later. You're welcome. Dr. Professor M.A. Adeoye, immediate past CMAC of UCH, you're welcome. And Professor Wole Adebi, head of medicine department, you're welcome. So quickly, we shall start from the CMD. And then we go like this and quickly introduce all members of the class. You just rise up, tell us your name, where you work now, and what you do, quickly.
Good morning, distinguished gentlemen. Wasiu Lanre Adeyema, a professor of oral and muscular surgery, College of Medicine, University of Lagos, University of First Choice, and the nation's pride. I didn't say the best. But that's University of Lagos, First Choice, and the nation's pride. Currently, I'm the Chief Medical Director of Lagos University Teaching Hospital. Thank you.
Don't mind me, we are loaning him to loot. He's coming back. I'm Dr. Olakunle Johnson, KJ. I work with U.S. Army. I'm a major promoted, and also work with the Core Civic and the Geo Group. I'm based in Houston, Texas.
I'm Dr. Anoma Oladipo Felix, CEO, Safejo Medical Center, Lagos State. Thank you.
Dr. Adebukola Omotola Oyelami Olujide, former Executive Secretary, Osun State Primary Care Board, and CEO, Total Family Health Initiative, NGO.
Yeah. Blessed Abolaji Adeyemi. I'm a consultant obstetrician and gynecologist, Solid Rock Hospital, Lagos, and the supervising medical consultant for Just Part Hospital, Ibadan here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm at home. My name is Dr. Okechukwu Oga. I'm a consultant cardiologist. UCH Ibadan. You can see it's better to be at home. And they told you I was a former commissioner. Thank you very much.
Well, at home, you see, at home, at home, at home.
I'm Tunde Joshua Ogoride, Department of Restorative Dentistry, College of Medicine, University of Ibadan.
I am Yinka Ayeyemi. I'm a consultant obstetrics gynecologist and the head of clinical services, Federal Medical Center, Owo.
I'm Lawrence Ailunia. I just rounded up resident training orthopedics and trauma, University of Abuja Teaching Hospital.
I am Goyega Jimo, a consultant family physician and MD Femtoye specialist hospital Ibadan. And the CEO Lenity Medical Missions Ibadan. Thank you.
I am Soji Shogun. I'm a specialist family physician, palliative care physician. I pastor a church, and I'm currently the head of palliative care in Next Care Linksfield Hospital in Johannesburg, South Africa.
I am Michael Oluyinka Okunola, orthopedics and trauma consultant, University College Hospital, Ibadan.
I'm Nia Kirili, family and occupational health physician at the Campus Health and Wellness Center at Wits University, Johannesburg.
I am Adebowale Adeniro, Professor of Pathology and Urology at Yale University School of Medicine, Connecticut, USA.
My name is Shegun Arinyosho. I'm a general practitioner, Maidstone, Kent, in the United Kingdom.
I am Ijomoni Esterogene Ato, consultant pathologist, Central Hospital, Sapele in Delta State.
I'm Dr. Samuel Kayode Adebayo, SK Adebayo. I'm a consultant of obstetrics and gynecology into reproductive medicine and IVF. Lagos, Day Spring Hospital, Lagos, and also a teacher at Eko University of Medical Science. Thank you.
I am Ibinaye Philip, Professor of Radiology at Ahmadu Bello University, Zaria.
My name is Oluwole Johnson Oyeni. I come from Perth, Western Australia. I'm a family physician. I'm in private practice. I'm also the representative of ICOMA, New Zealand, and Australia.
My name is Taiwo Adewumi. I'm a child and adolescent intellectual disability psychiatrist based in the United Arab Emirates.
My name is Yetunde Adewumi. I'm a consultant family physician.
I am Tamino Iwarilamam Ruben Pepple, trained as a surgeon in the UK. I'm the owner, founder, CEO of Silverado Medical, Vanguard Medical, and Ewa Medical Aesthetics in Calgary, Alberta, Canada.
I am Debo Ademola, pediatric nephrologist, College of Medicine Research. Thank you.
I'm Ayodele Ayuade. I'm a psychiatrist, Texas, Dallas.
I am Olufunke Olaniyo, an entrepreneur.
I am Ayode Jieson. I'm a dentist with the Obafemi Awolowo University Teaching Hospital.
Ẹ̀yin bàbá àti ìyá wa, mo kí yín o. Ẹ kú lẹ́sà, ẹ kú lẹ́mà. My name is Somi Adedokun. I am Nigeria Country Director for BAO Systems. It's a digital solutions company headquartered in Silicon Valley.
I'm Olorunfemi Amoran. I'm a professor of community medicine and public health, and the Dean School of Public Health, University of Medical Sciences, Ondo. Thank you.
Of course, I'm a proud home-based. My name is Tony Lawal. I'm a professor of oral pathology, College of Medicine, University of Ibadan.
Okay, I'm Chike Mogilim. I'm the CEO of Mokte Group of Companies, Lagos, Nigeria. Thank you.
My name is Oladile Thomas. I'm based in California. I'm an entrepreneur.
And I'm Bamidele Daramola. I'm an internal medicine physician in Dallas, Texas.
Proudly home-based, Dr. Williams Balogun, faculty member, College of Medicine, University of Ibadan, first and the best. Consultant, endocrinologist, University College Hospital, Premier Teaching Hospital.
I am Dr. Oriolowo Aberdeen, a public health practitioner. I am the CEO, Goldfield Medical Center, Kaduna.
Edokpolo Ogbemudia, Bethany Medical Center. I'm a missionary.
I am Gbemi Okunwoye, the immediate past chief of obstetrics at Sidra Medicine in Doha, Qatar, currently back in the UK and Ghana.
I am Charles John Eliku. I'm a professor of medical microbiology and in Babcock University Teaching Hospital.
I am Dr. Jimon Adeyemi Olaoye, a retired Chief Medical Officer of Oyo State Hospital Management Board. I'm presently the Chief Executive Officer of Careland Medical Center, Mania, Ibadan.
I am Professor Mustafa Adekunle, a professor of medicine and a consultant neurologist at Babcock University.
I'm Dr. DJ Adebayo. I'm a cardiologist and the director of medicine, Lagoon Hospitals, Lagos.
Good afternoon, good morning, everyone. My name is Dr. Jumoke Odunsi. I'm a medical entrepreneur. I run, and an older adult expert, I run WellCare Home Medicals Limited. I have a care home, Precious Jewels Elderly Care Home, and I have a caregiving training school, Nightingale Caregivers Academy, all based in Lagos, Nigeria.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Abimbola Odushote. I am a general dental practitioner in Milford Haven Dental Practice in Wales, UK.
Okay. That's it. Yes, I will. All right, thank you. Okay, before I introduce myself, the last but not the least, is there any member of our class who has a child currently at the University of Ibadan? Okay, you, Timothy? Oh, your child is in what level? Okay, so, and who else? Williams? 3? Okay, so I happen to be one of the 3 people who have the unique privilege of having our children in the University of Ibadan Medical School. My name is Ereme Aisodion Shadrach. I am professor of urology at the University of Abuja. It is my pleasure now to recognize Professor Funke Denloye, pediatric dentist and former deputy provost. You're welcome. Tosin, are you ready? Please welcome Tosin Awolude to give the citation of our guest lecturer.
Thank you very much, Shadrach. I don't know. Well, thank you very much, sir, for not giving me that dangerous task of asking you to stand up. Well, our guest lecturer this morning is no other person than Professor Emmanuel Oladipo Otolorin, BSc, MBBS, FMCOG, FWAC, FWACS, FWCOG, FICS, FRCOG. Born on the 16th November 1946 to the family of late Dr. Michael Price Olorunfemi Otolorin, a former chief medical advisor to the federal government of Nigeria. He attended St. Luke Demonstration School, Ibadan, for his primary education, and Igbobi College, Lagos, for his secondary education, before admission to the first and the best university in Nigeria, University of Ibadan, in 1965, for the prelim medicine course. He was admitted to the Ibadan Medical School in 1966, from where he obtained a first-class BSc degree in human anatomy in 1969. And MBBS Ibadan degree in 1972 with a distinction in physiology. Thereafter, he started his residency program in the obstetric and gynecology department, University College Hospital, Ibadan, and then the Newcastle General Hospital in United Kingdom. On his return to Nigeria, he was appointed lecturer consultant in the Department of Obstetrics and Gynecology at the University of Ibadan in 1981. And within a space of 7 years, he became a full professor in 1988. He served as chief consultant obstetrician gynecologist at Taif Maternity Hospital in Saudi Arabia between 1989 and 1992, and as the pioneer medical director of the Federal Medical Center, Abeokuta, from 1993 to 2000. He joined the Paigo Corporation, an affiliate of Johns Hopkins University, in January 2000 as the pioneer reproductive health advisor at the Regional Center for Quality of Healthcare in Uganda, and served from 2000 to 2002 before he was transferred to the Paigo head office in Baltimore, USA, from 2002 to 2004. He later served as the Paigo Regional HIV/AIDS Advisor in Lusaka, Zambia, from 2004 to 2005, before returning to Nigeria in January 2006. He established the Paigo Nigeria office in Abuja in 2006 and served as the first country director from 2006 to 2017. He led multiple donor-funded programs of family planning, maternal and newborn health, malaria and pregnancy, and HIV/AIDS in Nigeria. In May 2017, he became the senior regional program, mathematics and technical advisor for the UNITAID-funded Tip Top project. This initiative aimed to demonstrate the effectiveness of community-directed intervention in increasing access to quality-assured sulfadoxine pyrimethamine for controlling malaria during pregnancy. The Tip-Top project was implemented in 4 sub-Saharan African countries, namely the Democratic Republic of Congo, Madagascar, Mozambique, and of course, Nigeria, before Professor Otoloni retired on the 30th of April 2022. Professor Otoloni has over 80 academic publications in peer-reviewed journals and was until recently the chairman of Board of Trustees of the Association for Reproductive and Family Health, former chair of the Board of Management of Olabisi Onabanjo University Teaching Hospital in Shagamu, Nigeria, and chair of the Board of Trustees for the Olujimi Oladipo Akikugbe Private Ward at the Federal Medical Center, Abeokuta. Professor Tolani is a member of the Board of Directors of the Society for Quality in Healthcare in Nigeria, former member of the Advisory Board of the AIDS Prevention Initiative in Nigeria, member Board of Directors of Sickle Cell Hope Alive Foundation, and immediate past president of the Ibadan College of Medicine Alumni Association, ICOMA Worldwide. Professor Otoloni is married to our mother, Dr. Mrs. Lillian Adekemi Otoloni, a retired chief consultant radiologist and permanent secretary in Oyo State, and the immediate past president of Medical Women Association of Nigeria, and they are blessed with children and grandchildren. Please join me in welcoming to deliver the 1998 30th year post-graduation ceremony lecture on this day, 19th September 2025. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much. The chairman of this occasion, my emeritus professor and the first provost of this College of Medicine. Can you switch to the slides? Okay, thank you. Permit me to rest on the established protocol. I bow to all my teachers who are here and all my colleagues, and I thank the executive of the 1995 alumni for inviting me, getting me out of my wardrobe. Well, I was given this topic to talk about from brain drain to brain gain. I think Nigerians have been very, found this topic very interesting and called it Japa. So I turned your lecture from brain drain to brain gain to from Japa to Japada. Well, during this period, we'll have a brief introduction of what is brain drain, try to understand some of the causes and impacts of brain drain, and then we'll try to see how we can reverse brain drain through brain gain. And then I have a summary of what the government is doing and some ideas about what alumni and all of you who are outside can do in coming back to help this country. And then we'll come to some conclusions and call for action. Now, if you read the newspapers regularly, like I do, you'll be inundated by publications about brain drain. And here are just a few. New report puts percentage of professionals willing to leave Nigeria, 52%. Exodus of nurses causing medical brain drain. Working for life because of brain drain. Nigeria cost of living crisis is sparking exodus of doctors. Still more, over 100 medical consultants left Nigeria in the last 2 years. Over 5,000 Nigerian doctors have moved to UK in 8 years. The Commissioner of Health in Lagos is lamenting that they have a shortfall of 66,000 doctors and nurses. And the Tribune publication says that Nigeria is in deficit of 300,000 doctors, and yet we are hemorrhaging. And the NMA, our brother NMA, has also said Nigeria heading for catastrophic human resource crisis. But in the midst of all this, in the last administration, not the current administration, there was crisis of this brain drain, and everybody was talking about brain drain. But one of us, who was the commissioner, not commissioner, minister, said this: we have surplus medical doctors. If you have surplus, you export. This was a comment by one of us and most talented minds, driven by a complex interplay of push and pull factors. Now I want us to look at this old slide. 2025 estimated population of Nigeria is about 237.5 million. We are the 6th most populous country in the world, with about 54% in urban areas. And median age is 18 years. But our doctor to patient population ratio is 1 in 5,000. WHO recommends it should be 1 to 600. It's estimated that there are about 55,000 licensed doctors, but we need 350,000. Now, if you look at this slide, the slide on the left, just colored red, this is the geopolitical zone of Nigeria by population. You can see Northwest is the highest, 28%. And then the other two, North states, 14%. The two of them come to 56% of total population. But they only have 22% of the population, but 78% of the doctors. And this looks more at doctors and nurses. Again, if you look on the left, the arrow, the white arrow, puts together the percentage of doctors that are in the northern states, 33%. Most of the doctors are in Southwest. And if you look on the right, is this figures for nurses. Proportionately, you have a few more nurses in the north, but most again are in the south. So there is mild distribution of the scanty number of doctors that we have. So today we'll be looking at the multifaceted nature of this challenge and exploring innovative strategies to reverse brain drain. Why are healthcare professionals leaving Nigeria? We can classify the causes into two main groups: the push factors and the pull factors. Sorry, just a minute. I saw this video about a week ago after I finished preparing my slides for this presentation. I was so moved by this video, and I thought I should share this video. I hope it will play. Oh, no internet connection here. Okay, no problem. I will share the slides and you can click the video later on. It's a video, perhaps many of you saw it, of a female medical doctor who was lamenting about how overworked she was, which was typically representative of what many Nigerian doctors go through these days. Understaffed, overworked, stressful and toxic working environment. And I should, maybe I'll put it on the platform for you to share with other colleagues. So, push factors are those factors that drive the healthcare professionals to leave Nigeria. And here are some: limited economic opportunities, poor salaries and allowances, regular payment of emoluments. Even now, a lot of doctors are on strike, either to NARD, NMA, just to get what is their basic approved salaries. Then the working environment, which is stressful, limited opportunities for professional development. I'm even told that now government is planning that once you come out, you cannot travel for 5 years. You must first of all serve for 5 years before you travel out. That means you are delaying your professional progression for 5 years. Then poor governance and corruption in the country, even within the health system. Still more push factors: inadequate infrastructure, unreliable electricity, water supply, outdated equipment, chronic supply shortages. I think UCHU has experienced quite a bit of this. UCH was virtually without light for 100 days. They were in the news at the time. Still more push factors: insecurity, socio-political instability, terrorism, banditry, kidnapping, police brutality, and unhealthy professional rivalry. Now let's look at the pull factors. These are factors that are attracting healthcare professionals to other countries. Top of the list, better career prospects, higher salaries, higher quality of care, leading to job satisfaction, clearer career progression pathway, health insurance. I was shocked when I heard from the video that I wanted to play, when the lady was saying that many doctors don't even have health insurance. How can you be working in a hospital and you don't have health insurance? If you got sick or members of your family get sick, you have to pay out of pocket. That's absolutely unfair. More pull factors, better housing, quality education for children, political stability and security. A few publications, this one in particular, which was by Honor in 2022, looked at just two questions I took from this publication. On the top, you see, are you willing to continue practice in Nigeria? Those who answered yes was 19.3%, less than 20%. Those who said no or were undecided constituted the remaining 80%. From that same study, they asked, how satisfied are you with your work in Nigeria as a physician? Now, 87% were either very, very unsatisfied or just unsatisfied. That's nearly 90% of physicians working are not satisfied with their work for different reasons. So job satisfaction is key. Now, what is the preferred destination of those who are leaving, the immigrant physicians, the Japan people? The top 5 are at the bottom: United Kingdom, Canada, United States of America, Australia, and Saudi Arabia. Many of us here did jackpot to these countries, but we came back. We jackpotted. All my senior colleagues here, all my teachers here, they all jackpot, but came back. And if you look at the reasons for wanting to emigrate from Nigeria, again, the top push factors are poor remuneration for physicians, rising insecurity in the country, having to work extra hours without commensurate pay, and lack of diagnostic equipment and facilities. These are the top push factors in that particular study, which interviewed 401 physicians. Now, when I was given this topic, I thought, let me do a bit of survey myself. So I sent out questionnaire to alumni of the College of Medicine. Most of them, well, about half of them had jackpot, were abroad, and the remaining were in the country. So 72 out of the 155 were in diaspora, and 83 were still around. Of the 73 that were in diaspora, I looked at the reasons for leaving Nigeria and staying out of Nigeria. Again, you'll find that the pull factors were top: training opportunities abroad, better quality of life abroad, and better salaries. And then some of the push factors were the poor working conditions in Nigeria, insecurity, and so on. Then I asked the question, if you left Nigeria for further studies, did you plan to return back to Nigeria? And half of them, 52%, said yes. They plan to return to Nigeria, but not many did not return. 18% were unsure. Only 30% said no, When they left, they didn't plan to come back. Then I asked, if you plan to return to Nigeria, but you did not, what were the major reasons for not returning to Nigeria? The three top reasons were unresolved poor infrastructure at home. That's the perception that the infrastructure had remained poor, ongoing insecurity in the country, and job satisfaction in diaspora. These are the top main. The other reasons are listed here. But then, and when I listen to people introducing themselves today, I was just smiling there. We have many also who have internally migrated out of medicine into other specialties. So whether it is dentistry, medicine, nursing, a lot of doctors or health workers are internally migrating into other areas. Today I heard of entrepreneurship, mission, and so on. About 4 people I could count who have jackpot internally out of medicine into other areas. But it's not uncommon. We have a few politicians amongst us, like Oga jackpot and came back. And then real estate, fashion design. I know a doctor who is a very successful fashion designer. She just threw the stethoscope away and made a lot of money from fashion design. Hotel business, education business, people who have established schools and so on. So there is not just external jackpot, there is also internal jackpot. So what has been the impact of this emigration? Well, we can look at the impact both from the positive side and from the negative side. But let's start with the negative side. As I said, the expected ratio of doctor to population should be about 1 in 600. That's WHO. The federal government thinks it is 1 in 2,000, but most people quote 1 in 5,000 for Nigerians. So we are grossly understaffed. That's one effect. Then the other effects, increased workload and burnout for those who are remaining, especially resident doctors. They work so hard. And recently, we all heard of a medical doctor in Rivers State, a resident doctor, who was on a 72-hour call duty. He complained he wasn't feeling well. They ignored his complaint until he died on the corridor in the hospital, which was very sad. Again, another negative impact of this emigration is reduced quality of care. It's affecting our patient care. Longer waiting times, less personalized care, and the patients are also coming. Even before I opened my mouth, I was writing prescription. You know, that's not how we were trained. But when you're under pressure, 50 patients to see politicians without thinking about staffing, and at the end of it, no doctor mortality, mostly from preventable and treatable conditions, which is sad. Then loss of investment. We must accept that the federal government has subsidized our training significantly. If you want to do medicine in the United States, you know how much you have to spend. Most people take a loan, student's loan, to go through medical school in the US. But here, our education is highly subsidized. Even some people cannot afford it because of the poor quality of salaries. So when all that, you get trained, you leave, after a few years, the government had lost that investment. And that's a negative thing. It weakens our healthcare system, and it erodes mentorship and training capacity. When people go, they learn new skills, they don't come back skills with others. However, there are positive sides to the jackpot syndrome. And the most commonly quoted positive sides is, like Chris Ngige said, they send money. harvesting from diaspora over the last few years is roughly $20 billion every year. It went up to, I think the highest was in 2018 when it got to $24 billion. Then it came down in 2020 because of COVID, but it's rising again. In 2022, it was $20.13 billion. You know, so maybe for some in government, this is good money. But what is the effect on our healthcare system? And when this money comes, what is it used for? It's mostly supporting households, you know, families, their expenses, rent, education, some healthcare, especially for those who are seriously ill with pauperizing diseases. Some for housing, some investment in local business. Other positive impact, knowledge and skills transfer. We must thank some of the alumni who come regularly to train others or who hold webinars or seminars to educate others and tell us about the latest methods of treatment. And then there's opportunity for international collaboration between the school. Is the grass always green on the other side? Green on the other side. Especially at this time, the answer is the grass is not. There are a lot of things you have to experience. Differences in social norms, culture shock, preserving your cultural identity and integrating into your new culture. Language barriers. Fortunately, most of our doctors, they go to Anglophone countries, you know, where they speak English. But some have gone to non-Anglophone countries, Germany, France, Luxembourg, and other places like that. And then they find the challenge of communicating their skills in the language of the country. So many other challenges, prejudice and bias is rearing its head now in some famous destination countries like UK and US. Nigerians are facing discrimination. Sometimes that discrimination may hinder access to education, employment, because you are not the first choice, even though you may be the better one. There are microaggressions, there is xenophobia. We've seen a lot of that in South Africa. There's anti-immigrant sentiments raising its head now. It didn't happen initially in South Africa when doctors and engineers went to South Africa. They were welcomed with open hands. But later on, traders, drug traffickers also followed them, and they have now led those countries to hate anything Nigerian. More challenges, no recognition of your qualifications. Most times you have to do the exams all over again in the country that you have jackpot to. Language proficiencies, you have to, in fact, some countries will test your language proficiency separately from your professional knowledge. And then limited professional networks. You have to get into new networks relevant to the country where you are. And underemployment. People who are leaving this country to take up jobs that are lower than what they deserve. I know of someone that went to the US as a medical doctor, but when he got there, took a job of health manager, billing manager for health. I mean, that's not ideal. It's just because she didn't want to do all the exams again and had to take a lower job. Still more, yes, you make a lot of money, but the cost of living is also higher. There's also limited access to financial services, especially banking. You want to take a loan from the bank, you don't have credibility. It takes time to build that credibility. And then supporting families back home when families see you succeed in going abroad, they think that you are collecting dollars from the tree. And they have unrealistic expectations. When you send $200, they think you are very stingy. They don't know that by the time you finish paying all your bills, you probably just have $200 left. Wage inequality, earning less than the native-born counterparts. Still more, visa and residency requirements is becoming more challenging now. In the UK now, if you take a student visa, the chances of you to get a work visa is even becoming more difficult, especially if you are not a medical worker. They want people to come to their universities, study, and go home. So it's becoming more challenging. And even here, if you want to take a visa to visit, they've increased the price, the visa fee. If you want a 10-year visa to UK now, you have to pay 2.7 million naira. If you want a 5-year visa, you have to pay 2.1 million naira to get a visa to go to UK. And US, they say you cannot take a visa for more than 3 months. So every year you'll be going to line up. So there are challenges. The grass is not always greener on the other side. Then differences in healthcare systems. Here, most of the care is paper-based. When you japa, you better learn ICT very quickly. Electronic medical records, everything is, online. So you have to smart up and get to know their systems as quickly as possible. I've talked about language barriers and then the cost of healthcare also. Without adequate insurance can be a significant burden. And culturally competent care might be difficult to find. Now, maintaining family and social connections, people begin to feel homesick, especially when they go without their families. Loneliness can be a challenge. Stress, depression. And people are known to have even, had to be treated for mental illness just because of this loneliness and homesickness. Balancing responsibilities between taking care of yourself and taking care of those that you left at home could be a big challenge. And family separation has its own consequences. A lot of families have been broken because one partner went and left the other one, and all kinds of things happen. Sometimes they go there and find a new partner without the knowledge of the one who is at home, or vice versa. We read all kinds of things that happen with this separation due to the Japa syndrome. Also, differences in educational system for the children. When you go with your family, children have different curricula and they have to adapt to it. And they also have language challenges that they have to adapt to, and their cultural adjustment in schools. And as I mentioned earlier, mental health challenges, stress, depression, trauma, stigma, these are all challenges that are oftentimes not spoken about. They always paint a picture that once you leave, everything is rosy until you get there and you find that your first few years may be so rough, you'll be wondering why you left your country. Okay, so now we've looked at all the challenges. How do we turn brain drain to brain gain? How do we turn Japa to Jakpada? Now, this can be a complex, multi-pronged approach, addressing the concerns of those who have left, while creating meaningful opportunities for them to return to contribute to Nigeria healthcare system. Now, the government is not sitting and just doing nothing. In 2023, they came out with a policy, national policy on health workforce migration, with 3 objectives. Improve the retention strategies by addressing the push factors. Engage with diaspora for potential benefits like skills transfer, and collaborate with destination countries in ethical recruitment practices. That is appealing to the conscience of those countries. Why do you have to be solving your own problem by destabilizing the developing country, where a lot of resources were spent to build the capacity of these healthcare workers? More specific recommendations were to increase salaries and benefits and include health insurance for all healthcare workers. Improve working conditions, create more opportunities for training so that the need for external training will be reduced. Enhance security, especially for healthcare professionals. Strengthen healthcare worker unions and foster better dialogue with the government and address inter-professional rivalry between the different professions in the health system, and to incentivize service in rural areas and underserved areas. So, how much money will be enough to keep Nigerian doctors in Nigeria? I asked that question, but I could not analyze the answer, because the answers were so, of 155 people, was all over the place. So I decided to do research. What is the average salary of doctors in Nigeria today? And I have my website if you want to check where the data is from. Now, if you look at the different items, basic salary, housing allowance, hazard allowance, and all of those things, the salary of a medical doctor, average, ranges from 634,000 to 888,000 naira, which in today's dollars is less than $500 per month to $588 per month. Okay? Using $1 to be 1,550 naira. Now, the average salary, monthly salary in the US is between $10,000 and $30,000 a month. So it's very difficult to campaign to all these doctors, young doctors, to say, manage this $500 a month and don't go to the US because we love you, we want you to contribute to our development. Now, I did another analysis. Here is the legislator's salary. Basic salary, accommodation, hardship allowance, everything. It comes to 24 million monthly. And that is $26,000 monthly. So I concluded, if doctors are paid legislator salaries and allowance, I can guarantee that all of them will stay in Nigeria. Do you agree? Just pay the doctors, the consultants, the professors, 24 million every month, nobody will go anywhere. Even all this 1995 set, they will come back home. True or false? The years have it. So, in my survey, I then asked the question, will you consider returning to Nigeria to practice medicine? This is for the 74 respondents abroad. 35% said yes. Another 36%, maybe. And less than 30% said definitely no. Then I said, what are the factors that will encourage you to return to Nigeria? And these are the main factors. Top of the list, improve security. Next, infrastructural improvements. Then access to modern equipment, better salaries. Better salaries came number 4. So people are looking for a good working environment, safe working environment, and not just salaries. So the government is trying to build rapport with diaspora. I think you are all aware. One of the most famous people to the diasporans is Abike Dabiri. She is the DG of the Diaspora Network. And she goes all over the place and tries to encourage people to come home. And the government is trying to use that platform to encourage people to come home. And I would like to recommend to you the Diaspora Bridge website, which has been established by the Ministry of Education, through which you can log in. This is the web address. You can log in, identify yourself, and commit yourself to coming home to help in Nigeria. And government will pay for your airfare. They will pay for your accommodation. They will not pay you a fee, but at least they will make the logistics part of your support possible. So they are trying to build trust and engagement, acknowledging and appreciating contributors. And let me use this opportunity to thank all the ICOMA alumni who have been contributing significantly to our project in the College of Medicine, the Students Hostel Project. I must single out the biggest donor so far, Philip Ozua, who is an alumnus based in the US. He gave us $1 million, and his block is finished. We are doing the others, and I thank all the other donors. All that money has come together to build another block, Block F. So we really appreciate what you are doing. We also appreciate your contribution to the scholarship fund for students who cannot afford to pay for their education. So virtual training and mentorship programs are also coming up. Short-term medical missions and exchanges have been conducted by alumni in different parts of the country. In my survey, I asked the question, if you are not willing to return home, will you be open to short-term engagements in Nigeria? That is, if you don't want to relocate to Jakpada, at least will you be open to short-term engagements? 75% of you, all the alumni who responded said yes. 75, that's 3/4 are ready to support us, even though they will not return fully. And another 17% said maybe. So it's just about a handful that said no, they will not be ready. Maybe they have a grouse against us. Then I asked the question, what activities are you willing to participate in? And on-site training, that is coming physically to train, please think along that line. And we should continue to promote medical tourism. The policy environment is important. I won't waste too much time on that. And learning technology, developing national health information exchange program, and support health tech entrepreneurship. There's one gentleman there who said he's now in Silicon Valley, right? One of you, he said he's in Silicon Valley. I hope he will come home and have a startup IT project here that will benefit this our country. It's again digital health entrepreneurship. Finally, All of these things need to be done in a sustainable manner. And whatever we do has to be culturally sensitive, and we must begin to collect data and monitoring what works so that we can impact our decision making to continue to support what works while pushing out things that are not actually working. I did say that recently I read about telesurgery. I mean, this is amazing. For someone sitting somewhere, in Beijing and using 5G powered surgical robot to perform, I believe it was prostatectomy operation. Now, some of you may be robotic surgeons. You might want to consider that kind of partnership with our universities, and you may begin to practice telesurgery, not just telemedicine, but telesurgery. I know there's a robotic surgical outfit in Lagos, in the P hospital. They call it P hospital, prostate hospital in Lagos, where I can't remember the name of the doctor. He's practicing robotic prostatectomy in Lagos. But again, he doesn't have to be in Lagos anymore. He can be in Houston, in Texas, or he can be in Yale. Here, one of you is in Yale. In fact, I'd like to know that gentleman in Yale. My daughter is in Yale, so I need to talk to you later. So finally, ladies and gentlemen, by implementing these critical steps, Nigeria can strategically engage its healthcare alumni in diaspora. Whilst we try to stem the tide of Japa syndrome, like I said, the temptation to Japa is too high. The salary difference is tremendous. But when they Japa, let's see how we can utilize them better. Let us engage those in diaspora and take the opportunity of a brain drain, ultimately strengthening our own health system and improving the health outcomes of our population. I congratulate the class of 1995. 30 years may seem to be a very long time, but I can assure it's a very short time. I actually envy you. When we did 30 years, we didn't have the opportunity. We did the 50th anniversary in the hall. I think there were just 3 of us that were attending, because half of us had died. The others are, managing. Even now, we are still trying to organize something on the platform. Some people are saying we must still try and repeat and get together. So you are a lucky class for doing this so early. Continue to do it, and God bless you. Congratulations.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Thank you so much. That was a brilliant lecture. A round of applause to the lecturer once again. Okay. Would like now to move to the next item on the agenda. We want to present a plaque to the keynote speaker and another plaque to the chairman of the occasion. To present the plaque on behalf of the class to the keynote speaker, I will ask Professor Lanre Adeyemo, chairman of our class alumni board of trustees and CMD of LUT, to please come forward. Okay. We'll take it there. Okay. He's even coming. But there are 3 people. let's give this one first. Let's give this one first. Don't worry, I'll vote for you.
Good afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, once again. Thank you so very much, sir. On behalf of these ladies and gentlemen of 1995 graduating set, the 1995 Medical and Dental Graduates, College of Medicine, University of Ibadan, the first and the best. We hereby award, we give you this award of appreciation to you as our guest speaker for delivering an inspiring and enlightening lecture at our 30 years post-graduation reunion today, 19th of September 2025. Thank you very much, sir.
The next presentation of plaque should be to the chairman of the occasion, Emeritus Professor Oluwole Akonde.
It is indeed a great honor to be doing this presentation to you, sir. You are not just, like you have been described, a great-grandfather of the profession. You happen to be our father, being a father of one of us, Benga Akonde, a.k.a. Shark. So we want to really appreciate you, sir, for being a father, not just a father, but a great father, and not just in the profession, but even in terms of being there for somebody that we can look up to, somebody that has, you know, produced so many great personalities, you know, that have passed through you. We want to appreciate you, sir, and we are really happy that you are here. You are still hale and healthy. You are in good health. You are in good spirits. And we pray that the Lord will continue to strengthen you in Jesus Christ's name. And no matter how old you get, all your children and the grandchildren will outlive you in Jesus Christ's name. We thank you, sir. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Now we'll move to the next item, which is to recognize especially our esteemed teachers who taught us while we were here between from 1989-90 to 1995. But before we do that, let me quickly recognize the presence of Professor B. Brown, HOD Pediatrics Department. Is he still here? You're welcome. Professor A.O. Fashola, former Dean, Faculty of Dentistry. Thank you. would like to specially recognize two of our teachers. I remember this name clearly because when we were doing orthopedics, at that time we had no in-house orthopedic consultants. And there were two people who used to come to teach us. And I had recognized one who was former Commissioner of Health, Professor Adetunji, and the other one is Dr. Obileye. And the other person that we are recognizing is, I remember him clearly. He used to tell us, you become a super specialist in one finger. Professor Asuzu. I would like now to ask our class president, Dr. Johnson, to come forward, and he will help us specially recognize our esteemed teachers by, I will need somebody to bring those medals forward. Okay. Yes. Our teachers are actually supposed to be sitting in these green chairs, so we are not going to call them to just come forward while the president, or you go there and just, their appearance. Okay, so you just go and give them the medal, please. So I would, can I call the names or you just give them like that? Okay, all right. In case you want to be reminded of who your teachers were. So we start with Emeritus Professor Onodeko. Please, you have to be reminded. Thank you, sir. Next, Professor Kike Oshinusi. Next, Professor Arowo Jolu. Next, Professor Ashinobi. Did she teach us? Okay. Professor Denloye.
Emeritus Professor.
Okay. Emeritus Professor Ojengbede. Okay. Professor Akinyinka. Professor Alada. Okay. That's doctor. Is it next? Okay, all right. Professor Falade. Dr. Obileye. Professor Gumbe. Professor MC Asuzu. I'm not seeing him. Out. Okay. Where is Professor Fashola? Okay. Professor Fashola. And Arotiba. And of course now, and because he's also our teacher now. Yes. And so, to the high table now, because they all taught us as well. So, to our guest lecturer, Professor Tolorin. Professor Arotiba. Yes. Who else again? Emeritus Professor Akonde. Thank you very much. No, that's it. Then there was Professor. Who is that?
Huh?
Who was it? Who was that? No, it's medical students. That's it. Do we have any of our... Are we okay?
Special resident.
Okay, all right.
Then,
Who else again?
finally,
Finally, the
the provost.
provost of the College of Medicine. Very much. We would like to ask Emeritus Professor Jengbede who briefly, sir.
Distinguished Chairman, the guest lecturer, all members of the graduating set, ladies and gentlemen, I think I feel so great that so many very closely with me, Dr. Balogun and Awolude, and finally, there are so many incidentals there. The orthopedic surgeon, the two of them, Dr. Adetunji, we were classmates in the medical school. So I congratulate you for what you are doing, giving back to the institution. Many of the sets have actually inspired the older sets, like my set, to do something. We never met until last year when we turned 50 years of graduation, and we were able to do something. We're big, but not as big as yours. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay, now it is time for us to be entertained by the UCH Symphonia.
We have start.
God,
Symphonia Choir. Can we put our hands together again for them? Together again for them. We're gradually winding down and gradually winding down and formal logs. After which, one of the class in reverse of the photographs. The next student go.
The provost Ladoshu wives are really appreciated. Symphonia.
Pray from here.
Symphonia.
Pray from here. Pray from here.
And didn't sell for about 30 years. For about 30 years. For thank Almighty God for have always been with us. Allah the beneficent, the merciful. And from Allah the beneficent, the merciful. And from you we ask for help. Guide us to the right path. From you we ask for help. Guide us to the right path.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Doc. Please, Doc. Please. Photographs. Photographs. Our teachers should, so that. Photographs. Our teachers should, so that. Me and on. Photographs. Me and on. Photographs.
Members of the class. Class members, Sartorius, Toms. Please come forward for photograph. Our provost, sir. Let's take this photograph. Please come forward. Professor Lockman, please come. Professor Lockman. I see no red when you taught us on the word right. I didn't know. No red when you taught us on the word right. I didn't know. God bless you. One more. 1995 said. Thank you. 1991 more. 1995 said. Thank you. God bless you. Be now.
Games as
Leeds Stadium North London make their way. It's Professor Adeolu in the opening remarks.
Okay, we'll just start with the members of 1995 set. Good afternoon and congratulations, the students. Starting from here, I will see Professor for some time since he ran and moved to Provost. He's here. Good afternoon. I don't know whether to say it's more. Okay, I guess so. I hope part of the place and see what is going to happen, both in your clinical practice. A lot of things like things reviewing the curriculum. So I think that's a very opportunity for them to learn, and we hope that you continue to benefit maximally from you in future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A round of applause for our Director, College of Medicine, Medical Education Unit. I really want to echo what he has advised the students. As somebody who cares for the student, he has advised that you should listen very well. Despite the fact that the class has donated quite a lot, it is our belief that what these speakers are going to say, that you will learn quite a lot, that will be richer than what we have even donated, because this will stand you in good stead in your career, in life, society. We have a round peg in a round hole to do that. He needs no further introduction. He's the Chief Medical Director of University of Lagos Teaching Hospital, in the person of Professor Wasiu Lanre Adeyemo. Please, all our speakers, it's 15 minutes.
Good afternoon, distinguished ladies. Can I close this? Okay. Good afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, and the chairman of this symposium, Professor Adeolu. Thank you very much. I must also specially recognize the immediate past provost of College of Medicine, University of Ibadan, the first and the best, Professor Omigbodo. I needed to say that so that there is no doubt about the fact that University of Ibadan is the first and the best. And also, the University of Lagos is the university of first choice and the nation's pride. I just need to, it is very nice, and I'm usually very happy, you know, if you combine two words. You combine the best with probably the second best. So I think I'm usually happy to say that. I'm also very happy to be around here, to be around my colleagues. We graduated 30 years ago, and we give thanks to Almighty God. And also, this is where we train the medical students. Let me start by making this quote from the chairman and president of Dangote Group. And he said it last week. I have always said that leadership, governance, isn't rocket science. It is other than that. It is other than that because rocket obeys law of physics. Human beings obeys many laws. Laws that are existing and the ones that are not existing. So leadership, and that is the difference. And when you talk about leadership, leadership is defined as the process of influencing and inspiring individuals or teams to work collaboratively toward a shared vision and common goals, rather than being a fixed position of authority. When you talk about leadership, there must be a common goal. There must be vision. If there is no vision and no goal, there's no need. Was much younger and also very radical. You know, vision of leadership actually changes you because there are some things that are not obvious to you until you. That's why sometimes when some of us on the social media, when people blame leaders, you don't really know what leaders go through. However, some of the actions and inaction of some of our leaders cannot be excused. We must understand that. There used to be a very senior colleague in our institution. He was a senior lecturer. And the only thing I knew about him was complain, complain, complain. Complaints every time. In fact, I usually call it belly aching. You know, belly aching is deeper than complaining. And one day, I approached him. We were discussing, and he was blaming the leaders of LUT, the leaders of College of Medicine, the leaders of Nigeria, in fact, the leaders of the world. And I told him, sir, the only thing I know about you is not only you complain, but you belly ache. He didn't like that. And I told him, whether you like it or not, in this institution, you are going to assume a leadership role. It's a matter of time. And within 3 years, to the extent that we were member, both of us are member of, I think, Theater Users Committee. One day, the chairman, who was a professor of ophthalmology, was not around. We were waiting for her. So, but I think she was head up in an hold up. And she now said, who is the most senior person I was talking about was the, do you know what he said? He said he was not going to chair the committee. And he left. And of course, the chairman also called. Who is the next? I was the next. So I chaired the committee. When I was done, this following day, I met him in consultant lounge. And I told him, the only thing you complain about is then, probably now I wouldn't have said that. That whether you like it or you don't like it, leadership is going to follow you one day. And because I knew in the department, most of the department, you are made the head of department based on seniority. And I knew that there was one person between him and that position. And I said it. And 3 years after, he became the head of department. And of course, you can imagine, it was a disaster. That's the truth. And many of us were not. Now that you are complaining about leaders, who are you going to complain about leadership without talking about the followership? Leadership, very important, but followership is also absolutely very important. However, leaders lead the way, others follow. When you don't even know the way, how would those who are behind that medical students are here? The point is that what I'm trying to make is that whether you like it or not, you are going to be a leader one day. And many of you are already leaders. You start with being the leader of your group. And believe you me, your experience, and that's what many of us, the KJ here that is leading us today, leadership, we all knew the leadership trait in him when he was in school. And quite a large number of us that are here. So it is important that we prepare for that leadership role, because one day you are going to be leaders. Even if you are not married, one day you are going to get married, isn't it? You are going to live. And marriages do fail, don't they? And when they do, it is essentially because of leadership failure. So what I'm trying to say is that prepare yourself for position of leadership. Whether you like it or you don't like it, it's going to come. I granted an interview some few weeks ago in one of the leading newspapers in Nigeria. And they were asking me that did I ever plan to be the CMD of LUT? And I told them, no. I didn't know I was going to be Chief Medical Director of Lagos University Hospital. But I knew one day, one kind, I'm going to be a leader. Because it is natural. Lecturer 1 to senior lecturer, associate professor, professor. Even if you are the worst person in the university, one day, and you are young enough, you are going to be head of department. So I know at least I'm going to be head of department. At least I know that. So probably I may be lucky to be provost like Professor Mibodo, or of, even if you are tough as a leader, when people want something done, they know that you are tough, but they know that you are the one that can get the job done. And as a leader, you know, there's a thin line. A student, you know, we are sharing our experiences yesterday about some of our teachers that we thought they are firm, but we thought they were wicked. But believe you me, toughness, being firm, is a good trait. As a leader, wickedness is a terrible trait to have that are wicked. So let me, because Professor Oga asked me to prepare something, let me just spend the next 5 minutes to say something about what he has asked me to present. Essentially, leadership, and I'm going to use an efficient, says there are 30 C's, and those 30 C's are under four domains of execution effectiveness. The second one is character qualities. The third one is personal capability to lead change. And the last one is relational qualities. For the execution effectiveness, number one is competence. If you are not competent, you cannot lead. And how do you get competence? Years of experience. You also go to school to learn leadership. Leadership is not a joke. That's why I know that there are many leadership courses, both in our universities and also non-university institutions. A competent person will be a good leader. And you must also have capacity. You must be hardworking. You must have the primary reason why you are a leader. You must be able to coordinate people. Like I said, it is easier to build a rocket than to build human institutions. And you must also, in terms of a cognition, your IQ must be high, and also you must have emotional intelligence. Somebody who is not emotionally intelligent cannot lead. There's a saying that in Yoruba that somebody ni oko umako me. I don't want to mention that somebody because Professor Mibado is there. Somebody loko umako si odware. What it means is that even somebody who we think doesn't have it up there, when you give him or her a hole, the very first thing he will do is to be a good leader. You need to love yourself before you love others. And we have many leaders. We have leaders in this country, when they were leaders, even their areas of influence, their domain, they did not do. Let me give an example. Anytime I pass through Lagos-Ota Expressway, I feel terribly bad. I feel terribly bad. Anytime I pass, okay. When I pass through major streets in Katsina State, I feel happy. Somebody that is not useful to his family, to his immediate influence, can never be useful to the society. And of course, you must be very intelligent. You must have ability to communicate. If you don't have ability to communicate, what exactly do you want done? You cannot be a good leader. And you must be committed to your vision and goal. Even your body language, they know that for those who know me, they know what I can do and what I cannot do. So it is important that you are that consistent. Others are, the second domain is character qualities. As a leader, you must have integrity, you must be humble, and you need to be a little bit patient. Some people need, you have a subordinate A and subordinate B. Two of them are not the same, even in terms of their character, genetic composition. When somebody is able to move 100 kilometers in 2 hours, you take another 4 hours for that person. So you need to understand them. You must be that patient. You must be resilient, and accountability is absolutely very important. And you must have respect for others. Somebody who does not respect others can never be a good leader, especially when they have option. I'm not talking about military precision. You must go this way and you go. But if they have option, they won't do the job that, and you must be creative. And as a leader, you must be courageous. Identify a problem, a decision needs to be taken. You can consult, but the decision lies with you. You must have ability to take tough decisions. And sometimes that is what many of our leaders don't have. You must be confident. People can see that you are, if you are not, people will mess you up. And you must, in terms of thinking, your thinking must be very critical. The third one is to have personal capacity to lead change. You must have clarity of vision, no ambiguity whatsoever. You must be credible. You must lead by example. If you don't lead by example, even if you are not able to tell you right in front of you, I have about 2 minutes. Okay, so I have about 2 minutes. If you are not credible, you are not authentic, they know that you are fake, you are not a good leader. You must be charismatic as a leader. You need to inspire, you need to motivate the younger ones, and be a source of influence, good one for that matter. You must not have, in 21st century, fixed mindset. You need to have a change mindset. And let's talk about hospital environment. You must also have what you call customer-centric. In this instance, patient-centric, because the reason why you have a hospital is because of patient. And also, you must also be student-centric, because the reason why you have College of Medicine University of Ibadan is because of students. You must be able to survive in this world of VUCA. Very volatile, unambiguous, complex situations. There are so many things that are not happening 20 years ago that are happening these days. And in terms of your relations with people, you must be consultative, collaborative, give them the opportunity expected. Set up a committee. Try to give them 1 or 2 things that you want and let them bring it to you. They feel you must be contented. Contentment is one of the major problems that we have in our nation. People are not contented with what they have. Tell me, what can anybody do with a 2 billion naira? You want to drive a car? I also drive one anyway. You want to build a house? You can, even in your house, you cannot sleep in two rooms at the same time. At 12 p.m., somebody will say something is wrong with you. And as a leader, you must continue to improve yourself and continue to learn and to learn and to learn. And lastly, particularly in Nigeria, you must have the ability to say no. As the chief medical director of LUT, the very first thing I learned was ability to say no. I can say no to anybody. My default is no. I can now change it after you have given me because the same set of people that are asking you, that are complaining. Leaders, we have leadership problem, but the followership are the major problem. Because they are expecting you to give you this, to give that. They don't care where you get the money. I have a friend, politician. Anytime he doesn't have money, he will not come home with his car. You have to enter his house through the back door, because they are going to skin him alive if he doesn't give them money. For the younger ones that are here, whether you like it or not, leadership is going to fall on your lap. You must prepare for it. And when you are given leadership position, do it well. Because when the community or an institution is in trouble, everybody is looking for somebody who is going to bail them out. Are you going to be that person? Thank you very much, everybody.
become deliberate and intentional as you go through the rest of your education, and more importantly, when you graduate. And so that's the reason for this session. So we have a collective wisdom of 30 years experience of about 120 people distilled into potent nuggets across different areas of life after leaving medical school. So the goal is how to begin to prepare yourself for the life beyond medical school. So I want you to pay very, very close attention. And on that note, I'm going to invite the next speaker, Professor Philip Ilinaye, who will be sharing with us some knowledge on residency training in Nigeria. Chairman of the panel, with greetings from Ahmadu University, the largest and one of the best universities in Sub-Saharan Africa. You are doing with me? Thank you. Today, I'm going to talk about the postgraduate medical residency training in Nigeria, positioning yourself for success. Today, as you all aware, we are celebrating 3 decades of impact, legacy, and excellence in medicine and dentistry. The purpose of this gathering today, as you are going to hear from other speakers, is to share strategies and insights to help medical students, young doctors, excel in their residency program. The context of this discussion this afternoon is the healthcare landscape that is evolving rapidly. Is what is residency training? Residency training is a structured postgraduate medical education program that prepares doctors for independent clinical practice and specialization. In Nigeria, we have about 3 postgraduate medical college of physicians. Globally, the residency training varies from region to region. For example, we have Accreditation Council for Graduate Medical Education in US, Royal Colleges in UK, Australian Medical Council in Australia. Our colleagues in the diaspora will speak more of this, and now you can benefit from them. What are the key phases of residency training in Nigeria? First, you need orientation and adaptation to be able to key in. It will be completely different from where you were practicing before, maybe in a rural area. You are now coming to be trained as specialists. So we need to adapt yourself. You need to affect and also improve. We need to go to clinical sciences so that you have to take exam and pass before you can commence the training. We have part 1 and part 2 exam. Will require consistency and strategy before you can pass those exams. Research is also mandatory because you are going to prepare dissertation after your part 1, before your part 2 exam. You must defend your dissertation, and that requires you to have innovation and also involve critical thinking before you can prepare a reputable research work. Then you also need to undergo specialty training We have opportunity to focus on the niche area. Like most of you don't just specialize, you also need to specialize area that's very important that will advance your career. Your goal must be SMART. What do you mean by that? Your goal must be specific, must be measurable, achievable, relevant, and time-bound before you can succeed in this training. I came to the training, residency training in 2000. I had my goal, and my goal was SMART, was specific, measurable, achievable, and relevant, and time-bound, because I gave myself that I must complete this program within the stipulated time. I came in 2000, and by 2004, I've completed the program because my goal was SMART. I already prepared myself well. You need mentorship. You need to seek guidance from seniors. You have your senior registrar. If you are just coming, you also have registrar that may have been in the system before you. You have your consultants. Those can provide career navigation, which you also need feedback. Time management is very important. You have to balance your time between the clinical duty, your study, family, and self-care. You know, you go to work, you have to provide services because you are being paid to do that. You also remember that you also need to do a lot for yourself. That is where your study comes from. This may be difficult, but you have to know that you are in training. You are not a fully employed individual. You have to update yourself. We expect those in residency to be conversant with journals. You need to attend conferences. You also need to update your clinical knowledge. When we are medical students, we knew some of those senior registrars then, people like Yahweh, Dogo, and all that. During the clinical seminar in medicine, the way when the argument, when they argue, when they talk, evidence-based medicine, we really wanted to be like them. Yes, that is how it's expected of a resident. You need to plan to pass your exam. You have to start earlier. You have to have your plan. You have to use past question, participate in group discussion. You have to involve in research and scholar. Okay. You have to involve in research and scholarly productivity. What do you mean by that? Why research? Well, research will help residents to contribute to medical knowledge, hair recognition, and gain. If you can do that, you must gain recognition. You must earn it by continuing to contribute to medical knowledge. You need to choose relevant, feasible topics when you are choosing your dissertation. You have to identify supportive supervisors, those that will be able to supervise you so that you can complete the dissertation. You have to be familiar with the institutional ethic guidelines because this is very, very important. Your aim of research is to publish. And I was impressed when I came in November for NUC accreditation for MBBS in Ibadan. We were told that even the medical students write grant and win grants, carry out research and publish. That was a report. It was positive. One of those things that must have added to the rating of this university as the best university as far as medical education is concerned. So as they continue as a student, we all know that by the time they go into residency training, they will definitely perform excellently. You remember there are tools you can use. We have many tools that are available today that were not there during our time. We have tools like Sotero, Mendeley, SPSS, and others. This, you need to avail yourself the opportunity to familiar yourself and use these tools. What about the professionalism and ethics? Very important in residency training. The core value, as Ibadan is known, is integrity, honesty, respect, accountability, and empathy. These are non-negotiable. To have ethical dilemma, you have to prepare to handle issues like patient confidentiality, informed consent, and resource constraint when you are carrying out research. You need to communicate. You need to build strong communication skill for interaction with patient, the family members, and also the healthcare team. You have to work as a team, and you must do your best to make sure that either as a team leader or as a member of the team, you do your best to be a very good team member. You know how to escalate concern. When you have a concern, don't keep it to yourself. Report abuse. Are you being abused by your senior? Yes. In those days, as a resident, you can be abused by a consultant. And most residents may go into depression. So you need to talk out, to speak out when it's necessary. What about the global opportunities and fellowship that are available? Those of us who are still students, like it was during our time, most of our colleagues already passed their USMLE, PLAB, and all other foreign exams. That helped them to JAPA, as we all know. So JAPA is good as far as me is concerned. As many people I want to go, because we are benefiting from JAPA. Even in this, our 1995 medical and data graduate, we are benefiting from that. So you need to pass those foreign exams to move. With other fellowship that are available in some areas in medicine, avail yourself the opportunity. Exchange programs are there. I know few of our members, even as a medical student, they benefited from exchange program. You need to be at competitive edge. You need to carry out research and publish. You need to score high in your exam, not just passing, so that you can have a global exposure, and that will improve your eligibility for fellowship. Work-life integration and mental health. You know that in Nigeria, because of JAPA, your work is very hectic, long course, high patient volumes, emotional fatigue can lead to burnout. So what are the signs of burnout? Irritability, sleep, loss of interest, and declining performance. What is the solution to that? You have to prioritize rest, set boundaries, talk to counselor. We have a CMD who is not here with us. They need to make sure that they provide wellness program and mental health support for the resident, because things are really getting out of hand. What are the common pitfalls you need to avoid if you want to do a residency program? Complacencies. You are successful. That doesn't mean that you have to relax. You must continue to strive hard to make more progress and more successes. You have a law book you need to fill. Make sure that at the end of every procedure, you make sure you fill your law book and have it signed. Not when exam appointing that could distract you, social media and all that. You know that you are in residency training and you have a time frame for this program. So pay more attention to your study. Poor conflict resolution. Maintain professionalism. This is what Ibadan is known for. Even under pressure, resolve dispute respectively. What are the lessons from 995 medical and data graduates? The experience speaks for itself. We as alumni, we are sharing our journeys, our challenges, and our triumphs with you. You are going to listen to many others, and you will learn a lot from them. We need to, this set also set up a legacy of excellence. We have many professors, consultants, policymakers, captains of industry. And today we are going to listen to some of them, how they made it, and you want to follow. We need to learn from the lesson of resilience. Navigating training without digital tools. That's what we passed through during our time. Even those of us that have some of these tools, you can't still compare yourself with developed world. You still have to struggle. But that's what really help us to be rugged. Call for action. Be proactive. Take charge of your career. Don't wait for opportunity. Create them. Stay curious. Medicine is ever evolving, and commit to lifelong learning. Pay it forward. Mentor others as you are being mentored. If you mentor somebody today, that person you mentor will mentor your children and children tomorrow. So treat others with dignity. Think about the long term, beyond residency program. There are so many things. You are going to research, teaching, public health, leadership role, entrepreneur, industry, as we have heard from members of 1995, but rewarding. When you're out of it, you can do so many things for yourself. Success requires strategy. Plan ahead, persevere, and surround yourself with the right people who can help you. Celebrate milestone like we 1995 graduates are doing today. Aim to leave a lasting legacy. That is what Ibadan is known for. Thank you, and God bless.
Thank you very much, Professor Ibinaye. Before I call the next speaker, I would like to recognize the presence of one of our teachers, Professor Omigbodu. Recollect 1997 or 98, you visited Confanoche Teaching Hospital, here Kumasi, where I was a resident. And the night before your visit, they said they selected me to do presentation so that because I'm a Nigerian, the department will be in good light. And I think you were impressed with our show. Thank you very much, Prof. So back to the students. It is never too early to prepare. The next speaker is Professor Shadrach Aisu Odion Owe, who is a professor of urology at University of Abuja, and he will be giving you nuggets on how to start getting yourself ready for career in academic medicine. Over to you, Shadrach.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much. I was supposed to talk about just the pathways to academic medicine, and I decided to just expand it a bit to talk about not just the pathways, but the opportunities and the challenges, that we face in contemporary Nigeria now. Just to ride on what my earlier presenter said, there was something that Professor T.O. Cole taught us in medicine when we were doing Medicine 1. He said, MBBS is a certificate to start learning medicine. So when you get the certificate, then you start the learning. That is, and of course, we later found out that he was really right, because medicine is lifelong learning. And of course, it is the platform on which we started from. And it's the platform, pardon us, because we're calling ourselves our first names, because we are classmates, okay? So Gbemi is the person who just spoke last. He said that, Philip, who presented residency training. Haven't gotten your MBBS, it doesn't mean that you have to go and do residency. And haven't done residency, it doesn't mean that you should go into academic medicine, right? So what we are telling you is that this class has its feet and its legs everywhere. And you hear from others anything. And from what you hear from the rest of our class members, anything is possible once you set your mind to it. So for academic medicine, how do you move this? Okay, let me do it like this. All right. So academic medicine is the intersection between education, research, and training. It is something that you have to make up your mind from now as a medical student, just like I did several years before we graduated. As soon as we crossed into clinical school in UCH, I decided that I think academic medicine is what I want to do. And that, of course, guided me in preparation. And that was how I joined the Doctor Editorial Board, which is the journal of the University of Ibadan Medical Students Association that was publishing Doctor. So at that time, as a student, I already started familiarizing myself with the principles of academic writing and gathering data. It is crucial for training future doctors, like you can see, because it is the repository of the knowledge and how we transmit it from generation to generations. Because if we don't keep that, then we'll train the last set of medical students who will become doctors, and then there will be no other ones. Because academic medicine is the pipeline through which we train them. at the moment. And of course, it is also the place where people who contribute to shaping national health policy, talking of Nigeria specifically, are most likely to be recruited from. They may be recruited from other places, but most likely they will always go to academic medicine to get people because they are termed the experts who are in that realm. At the moment, there are 42 medical schools awarding the MBBS bid, mostly MBBS, because BDS is a dental school, and really the dental program is really tough to establish. So not many universities are doing dentistry, but at least there are 42 medical schools doing MBBS and dentistry as well. There are 9 to 10 dedicated universities of medical or health sciences by whatever designation now, and as of today, there are 7 to 8 of them that are active. So, at the time we were living in Ibadan in 1995, we could count the number of medical schools in Nigeria, and now there are 42. So, the take-home point here is that the medical education system is expanding, and there is room for you to come in, later on in life, and but of course there are systemic challenges. You may choose to go into basic clinical sciences or clinical sciences, or you may choose to do basic medical sciences. There was one of our teachers who taught us physiology who was here earlier today. So anatomy, physiology, and biochemistry, which you have escaped from back in UI, but which you will always confront, in clinical medicine, because there are times when we will refer you in or pediatrics or ONG. So if you choose to do clinical basic science, academic medicine, then you have to do a residency program, which is what Philip had just concluded. And during your residency program, you have academic responsibilities. So as registrar, as senior registrar, you teach others. So you teach medical students informally, even though you don't have an appointment with the medical school, and you also teach the junior residents. So the junior resident, the consultant teaches everybody. Of the West African College of Surgeons or the West African College of Physicians and its component faculties. Now we are beginning to see it wasn't rampant in those times when we were in school, but we are beginning to see contemporary times now, colleagues with medical fellowship going on to have an additional MD, doing an MSc in something else, and then doing a PhD. And then, just like the first speakers said, others are beginning to lateralize into other aspects of life, and are thinking that getting an MPA or an MBA, will be something, that will further advance their career. Like after I finished medical fellowship, and I'd spent some time in academic medicine, just like a year or two, I decided to go to the Frankfurt School of Finance and Management in Frankfurt to do an MBA in International Hospital and Healthcare Management. And then somebody asked me that time, what are you going to do with an MBA and you are a surgeon? I said, just wait and see. Someday it will be useful. Then after that, you take a faculty appointment. And you start most likely as a lecturer 1 in surgery, just like me, and then you go up the ladder. Then if you do basic medical sciences, for you after an MBBS, again, contemporarily, we are beginning to see MBBS graduates now going to teach. In those days, in our times, I can't remember beginning to see medical schools insisting that the faculty at the basic medical sciences should be MBBS holders. In my medical school in Abuja, all the faculty in the basic medical sciences, anatomy, physiology, and biochemistry, must be MBBS. After that, you have an MSc in anatomy, physiology, and biochemistry, and a PhD in anatomy, physiology, and biochemistry. So they are all medical doctors. So that's an opportunity for you. So you decide you don't want to see patients after all this stress of getting the MBBS, you can choose to do an MSc or a PhD. And again, we are beginning to see people, after they have had the medical fellowship, decide that they want to teach in basic medical sciences. So they are surgeons, but then they go to anatomy, physiology, and biochemistry, and do an additional MSc or a PhD, and they begin to teach in that faculty. So they practice clinical medicine by doing something in the hospital, and then they go to basic medical school and teach anatomy, physiology, and biochemistry. So the talking point is that there are clinical and non-clinical routes, but both contribute to academic development. And of course, in addition to all of this, as the foundation, you have building blocks. So you're going to build on that by doing training and research fellowships, which are, you have international organizations that help us, that support us, and then we are beginning to have locally now TED Fund, which is Tertiary Education Fund, helping to advance training and research for people like you who would want to increase knowledge, gain subspecialization training in a particular area of the chosen specialty. And then you have diaspora linkages and visiting scholars programs that you can also do in addition. So when you are in academic medicine, you find that there are opportunities, beyond what you could have thought of, if you had not gone into that path. And there are different things that you can do, even beyond just having an additional degree to the MBBS. And of course, there's the beauty in academic medicine that you also, you also contribute to academic administration. You start as an exam officer, become the head of department, just like Lanre said in his opening thing. Eventually, if you stay long enough and in places where things are done in order, you become the next senior person. And whether you like it or not, you become the head of department. And it is after that you can decide whether you want to do the politics and become the dean or the provost or the DVC or the vice chancellor. So just beyond being a teacher, there are academic, administrative things that you can also do. Now, what are the opportunities? I've talked about growth of medical schools. I can't recall how many medical schools was there when we left in 1995, but like I've told you now, there are growth of medical schools, medical universities, and of course, with associated academic hospitals. So there is a large pool, that you can benefit from. The residency training program has been expanded, and we have opportunities, thank you, rewarding. What are the challenges? The guest lecturer talked about the brain drain of trained academics. We experienced that even in 1995. I recall mentioning to you that when we started clinical medicine here, when we arrived, there were no orthopedic surgeons. And we had 2 people who were visiting from town to teach us orthopedics as at that time. And this is 30 years after. It has even gotten worse. People don't want to stay. Now you talk to residents in the hospital, you're trained and you say, there are opportunities for you to join the faculty. And they say no, because if you join the faculty, your salary drops from what you were earning as a clinical consultant when you become an academic teacher. And that, I still can't fathom it. Why you will do 2 jobs and earn less. So I'll prepare you for that because we don't know whether the things will change by the time you eventually join us. Oh, we are changing it. All right. And of course, the heavy clinical load. So you do clinical work, and then you do teaching, and then you balance it with research, and then you have to do other things. So in addition to teaching, you have clinical load, which, and of course, the disruptions caused by strikes and the instability in academic calendar is not encouraging us. What's the way forward? The way forward is to strengthen funding and infrastructure, develop structured mentorship programs in faculties so that junior faculty are encouraged by senior faculty. I started in a new medical school. I started my academic career in a new medical school, the Abuja Medical School, and we were the foundation lecturers. So I had really came and then became the head of department, an orthopedic person. So I basically had to look back to Ibadan which was my roots, to be mentored by my trainers here. And then now I'm beginning to mentor others. So it is something that you have to keep at the back of your mind. So of course, how do we reduce the clinical burden? We have to staff better, and we have to incentivize diaspora collaborations. So my last slide, academic medicine is vital for Nigeria's healthcare future. Without it, there will be no future, because we'll stop producing medical doctors, and then that's the end. A clear pathway exists, but there are challenges. And we think that those challenges...
Make sure that you wait to the end. Before I call on the next speaker, it's my pleasure to recognize in our midst also one of our teachers back then in the preclinical, Professor Farumbi. He's a professor of biochemistry and former dean. Okay, and at what we started for all our teachers, we want to give a medal, and you can see the president going to do that. So while the president is going to do that, I want to bring up the next speaker, who will be talking to us about postgraduate training abroad. Again, we have a very, very competent person who will be able to do this, Professor Debo Adeniran, a professor of pathology and urology in Yale University. 15 minutes.
Thank you very much, sir. Yes. So while they are trying to bring up my slide, it's an honor to be here this afternoon and to be a part of this graduating class of 1995. And I want to thank the organizers for the opportunity to share with you this afternoon. It's kind of unthinkable that I'll be talking to medical students in Ibadan on a subject that is different from UMSA or FAMSA or NIMSA or hamstrings or Dokita, But this is what I've been asked to speak on, and that's what I'm going to do. Okay. Dr. Oga, I didn't hear that. So, I was looking at the word abroad, and it talks about in a foreign country or countries. And another meaning says in different people are scattered all over the world. People have done residency programs in all over the world. The good thing is that, it's a heterogeneous thing. So I can't stand here in 15 minutes and talk to you about all the residency programs from different countries have entry licensing exams. In the US, it's called the USMLE. In the UK, it's called a PLAB, and so on and so forth. And for each and every one of those countries, they have their exit board exams that you have to pass before you become board certified in a particular area. But the good thing is that there is increasing recognition of training or certification from either to practice. So it's very important to note that. So, but the most important thing is the period of preparation. As far back as when we were students, people were traveling to Ghana to write USMLE exams. So people already had a plan as to what they were going to do. And while they were waiting for that plan to materialize, they had a backup plan. A backup plan is very essential. You can't, because you want to travel abroad or you want to do residency abroad, and that's where you put all your eggs in one basket. You need to have a backup plan, because I remember very clearly in those days, even while the entry options, there are so many of them. But for medical student here, I would say that the best way to enter into a residency program is if you have an opportunity as a student to visit the institution of choice or any institution that is experienced in the US about the requirements later on. So other options that you can take, people go for MPH or Masters in Public Health. Some people do the Master of Science in different areas of medicine. But that serves two purposes. The first one is that it gives you the opportunity to be in the system, to have the required US experience. The second one is that for whatever reason, if you decide not to pursue your residency again, you can actually practice as a public health consultant, or you can go into pure academics and do your PhD in an area and go on from there. It's also very important to note that there are various visa options. While you are thinking about this, there are visas that will not allow your spouse to work. So for the first few years of residency, it's whatever income, small income that you are making that will take care of the family and extension to people in Nigeria. So it's very important to consider that when you are thinking about residency. So I talked about the surest way of getting into the system, which is the elective posting. Here I have the elective requirements, very important. The letter of support from the Dean of the Medical Student after you fill in your application. Your current transcript is very important. You have to show a proof that you can take care of yourself medically while you are there. The tuition for 4 weeks is an average of $4,500. If you can afford it, it's a little bit pricey, especially when you have to consider the housing and living expenses. But for those who can afford it, that's the surest way to get into the system. So there are various types of training programs for residencies as well as fellowships. We have training in academic centers. Those are the ones that are affiliated with university health centers or teaching hospitals. We have the community and general hospitals. We have the private hospitals. And we have the, it's very important to know this. For the tracks in residency, there's the traditional track, where you go in, spend the required number of years. You just want to acquire the clinic, which is mainly for those who have had the opportunity to do a PhD in a different area of medicine. So when they go in with a sense of being, purely academics in terms of research, in terms of having a lab, where they split their time between clinical practice and being a laboratory scientist. So in the US and in some parts of Canada, it takes about 3 to 4 years to do a residency in the non-surgical specialties, if you are what you are doing. When you are on the physician scientist track, you spend extra years because you have to work in the lab, you have to write grants and have approved grants and be able to do your independent studies and things like that. For fellowship, it's more like an apprentice training. It's more than residency. It's like you are doing a fellowship because you want to work with someone, somebody that has a recognized name. You want to work with them, they pour themselves into you. And that's what it's all about. So, but again, it's for about 1 to 2 years, depending on what areas of medicine you are going into. And there is extra time for fellowship based on your subspecialty, or if you want to, take another year for research. So the interviews, things are getting easier. In those days, you have to physically go to the US or wherever you are having an interview to be able to do your interview. But these days, because of Zoom, since the time of COVID, you can actually do these interviews, via Zoom. And what are they looking for? The people that are interviewing the programs, what are they looking for? They are simply looking for those who will be able to fit into their system. They are not looking for the knowledge that you have or, how well trained you have been. No. The most important thing, if you meet other requirements, is how you are going to fit into that system and you will not disturb the equilibrium that they have in there already. So for the residency requirements, the application process this time is through ERAS. It's been on, for several years. You need your official medical school transcript. There are 3 letters of recommendation. What we used to call the Dean's letter is very important. Your official transcript, like I mentioned, that is very important for USMLE. The personal statement. Why do you want to go into postgraduate medical training? What false statements? So, for the residency requirements, it's very important that you pay attention to the thousands of applications, or they will receive thousands of applications. There's nobody that has the time to go through all those applications. So what they do is to set the filter requirements. The only reason why somebody might look at it if you have like an insider in that program, they will push for you. But the common program-specific requirements include things like demonstrated interest in the specialty. Why do you want to go into a specific specialty and why that institution specifically? The scores are very important. USMLE scores, very, very important. How high you score. Some programs will tell you they don't receive or they don't interview candidates that score less than 220 on the board exam. Like that's the program. You know, you get interviews based on the program requirements. The number of attempts on USMLE is also very important. That's why it's very important that if you are not ready for the exam, don't go into it. Right? Sometimes some institutions will tell you that if you write the exam more than once, that they are not going to consider your application. That's just that. There are some other institutions that will consider your application even if you attempt each of the steps 2-3 times. The time since graduation from medical school is very important. Most of the programs, they have about 5 to 7 years cut off if you are looking for residency and you've been important. Programs. There are programs that are not friendly to it. Programs. There are programs that are not friendly to foreign medical graduates. Once they hear that you did your medical school education outside of the US or outside of the domain where they are, they don't even bother to look at your application. So, and that's why it's very important to ask around, look for mates who know people in these different programs. There are a lot of programs that will consider applications from foreign medical graduates, and we know them, really well. You need to interact very well during the interviews, Like I said, they're not looking for medical knowledge, but sometimes it's an opportunity for you to demonstrate, where you are from and what you have learned. I remember very well when I went for my residency program interview, the guy that I met, one of the interviewers was actually from Poland. So when I met with him, that day he had just finished an autopsy on a child. So he was telling me very enthusiastically that, oh yeah, I saw this autopsy today. The patient had, paucity of biliary, ducts and tracts. Then I remember that in medical school, that was, during the pediatric posting, there was the Alagille syndrome, syndromic or non-syndromic. That was the only thing I knew about that, in those days. So once he mentioned that, I told him, I said, is that Alagille syndrome? He said, oh yeah, you know that? I said, yeah, I know about syndromic and non-syndromic. That was the end of the interview. He said, my friend, you're already here. So it's very important to apply early and apply to foreign graduates, friendly programs, interact well during the interview. Don't let a bad result derail your plans. Sometimes you have to do it twice, you have to do it thrice. We have all gone through it. The most important thing is to have your goal and make sure that you are working towards the goal. The fellowship requirements are not so, difficult for as long as you complete an ACGME accredited residency program and you are in good standing at the time of application. You have strong letters of recommendation and you have evidence of productivity during residency. You have to publish, you have to present at national meetings. That's just the way to make an inroad as a foreign graduate into the system. So it's very important. And what do you do to navigate residency successfully? I have to say that residency can be very demanding and sometimes it can be very grueling. And that's why it's very important to pay attention to details, to ask questions. If you are not sure about anything, you need to ask and ask again. Seek mentors, those who will mentor you, those who will help you. Not just your attendings, even fellow residents. I remember when I started residency, I was a first-year resident, I had 2 peer mentors who came from Lebanon, the other one was from Syria. And they kept pushing me and I was, following their footsteps. They went to the best of places for fellowship training. I wanted to go to the best of places for residency training. So my first few papers, even as a resident, I published with them. So, that's very important. Others may be looking at you that what's this guy up to? You are too aggressive, you are too deep, but you know where you are coming from. And you know what is driving you. So you need to, keep moving. Collaborate with people, with fellow residents in your program, in other programs. If you are interested in academics, you need to publish as a resident or perish. That's the phrase. You publish or you perish. You don't want to perish. You need to keep publishing. And somebody already talked about professionalism. I won't bother to go into that. You need to maintain your professionalism every time. And lastly, the peers of wisdom. Right? It is very important that you don't despise the days of little beginning. It doesn't matter what anyone says to you. Ibadan Medical School is still one of the best in the world. It's very important to know that, So, and we have our graduates everywhere. We have a plan, like I've said. Sometimes people go to the US straight or they go to Canada straight. So in some cases, you have to go through some third-party countries. Very important. When I left Nigeria, I was actually in Grenada with John Abulu. You know, I know Chinedu Ogbonna went to Guyana. People went to different places. A few friends went to Lesotho, Swaziland. You know, so just have a plan, and if things don't work, you know, keep moving. Very important. Make sure you stand out from others in terms of what you do during residency. Be aggressive. You need to go after what you want, you know, but you need to be collegial so that people don't see you as somebody who backstab other people. And, you know, when I started residency, one of the best advices that was given was that, you know, as Nigerians, we are very opinionated. Sometimes you need to keep your opinion to yourself. Very important, until you get to a stage where you can share your opinions. Finally, there's this, you know, I know that we are all people of faith. You may not really agree with me, but this is something I found very interesting, which I've always looked up to. It says, I returned and saw under the sun that the race is not to the swift, nor the battle to the strong, nor bread to the wise, nor riches to men of understanding, nor favor to the men of skill, but time and chance happens to them all. Thank you very much.
Louder, louder. Let the applause get louder. Thank you very much, Professor Adeniro. Priceless gems that he has dropped. I noticed that amongst the students, despite all that Professor Tolori said about that the grass is not always greener over there, their attention was top rate. Okay, so the next one that we're going to talk about is about private practice. And I'm sure that there are some of you, even as early as this, you have your eyes on that particular pathway. It's getting more and more now in Nigeria, maybe because of the economic situation. Now, we have there are several of our distinguished members of the class who have really distinguished themselves in this area, but we're just bringing two of them to come and share the experience with you. To start will be someone who is known more for his political sagacity, because he showed that very early in med school. Dr. Samuel Kaude Adebayo. And then immediately after him will be someone who, she introduced herself as looking after elderly, but she keeps getting fresher. I don't know the secrets. That's why the fact she's looking after the elderly people. So she will come in quick succession. Please, we want to plead with both of you, if it is possible to do it in not more than 20 minutes.
Thank you, everybody. Yeah, it's nice being here, and I'm so happy to be here. Warm greetings from my facilities, and I think he has some gift item for us. I think they will soon share it. Yes, private practice. I think I started my private practice as a student in Alexander Brown Hall. I will explain, don't worry. You know, sometimes then, yeah, so I was the old chairman at Alexander Brown Hall. Sometimes then, you know, UCH was shut down for 18 months during Nasu Satura. Myself and one of my classmates, Dr. Teslim Orewole, we packed all our things. We went to Awojobi Clinic. We got there and said, sir, we are here to learn medical practice. He looked at us, he said, from where? He said, we did a posting with you sometimes last year. He said, what happened? He said, our training has been suspended for now because of strike. He said, okay. We spent 6 months with him. After 6 months, one day we talked to her. I said, Teslim, I think we have learned enough. Let's go and practice. So, coincidentally, see, Teslim's father was a medical officer of health in a local government. So we went to meet that one. We knocked, said, Daddy, he said, yes. What do we want? So I said, we want to work in local government health center. He said, are you not going to finish your education? He said, it's suspended for now. Strike has been on for more than 9 months, and there is no hope that they will come for now. So that's how we were there, do some things and all that. Now, coming back to medical practice and private practice. You just need 3 P's to run a successful medical practice. Number 1, the person himself. What do you need other than being the person? 1, you must be determined. You must be dedicated. You must be devoted. Because the most discouraging aspect of medical practice is private practice. Just imagine sitting down in a clinic for 1 month when you started your practice. You hardly see 2 patients. And you are very, very hungry. A junior colleague came to me one day, said, I want to start a practice. I said, buy a bag of rice, a bag of beans, a bag of gari, 10 tubers of yam, keep in your house, then start the practice. Because for the first 2-3 months, you might be hungry. So we started. I remember then, I started my practice 2 years after leaving Alexander Brown Hall in Lagos. Now the question is, how will you register when you are less than 5 years post-qualified, according to the regulation? I said, as a student, I was a unionist. I pack all my certificates under my drawer there. I said, anybody that comes, they shall know I am a trained medical person. And for cry out loud, from the best teaching hospital in Nigeria to start with. So I was there. And you see, we will forever, you can see everybody that have been coming up, I'll be giving testimony of what Ibadan Medical School has done to us. Honestly speaking, being able to flourish in private practice was just because of the knowledge I gathered here. I must be honest with you. I wish I could see faces. I've seen a lot of faces today that are so happy. Professor Mrs. Shokumbi in hematology, yes, was teaching us all those slides, how to do food block. And you remember we're doing our food block ourselves, how to charge over chamber, how to check for sickle cells, the malaria parasite that looked like a lady hearing and all that. Yours sincerely, when I started my clinic, I was running my lab myself. Before I know it, I've done my food block count. Before I know it, buffer and, I don't do all that again, That was when I started. Sickle, we have blood, SS blood, AA blood. Then I put my electrophoresis. Oh, this patient is AA, this patient is AS. When the first scientist that worked with me came, he said, am I here to work or to come and learn? I said, you can choose the 2. So, like I said, for private practice to be successful, you need 4 P's. Number 1, first P, the person himself, your person, you must be determined, you must be dedicated. Just you are made up of mind that, look, this thing will work. Then, the practice. What kind of practice do you want to run? There are various types of practice. We could be part-time practice or full-time practice. Then other full-time practice. Are you going to run a clinic or you are running a full-time hospital? Now, then we talk about the place. Where are you going to structure the practice? Let me give you an example. If you are just a fresh graduate with humble background like me, of course you can't put a clinic in Ikoyi when you can manage to buy a table as a consulting table and all that. But if you put that in Mushin and all that, you will see clients that will visit you. So where you are putting the practice depends on what practice are you putting. Then the last P, packaging. How do you package the practice? You see, most practice will fail if you refuse to package it well. But don't be discouraged. If you are starting very simple way, I started my practice in a 3-bedroom flat. After about 6 months, I got a room at the back as a lab. And, when you are starting your practice, even if it is clinic, don't forget about laboratory, because if a client walk into your facility, he has made up his mind to see a doctor, run some tests, and pay for treatment. If he walk into your facility, and the only money you are taking from him is the money for the treatment, then you are playing a big loss. The lab, you are running somebody's lab for him, and what do you need? Simple thing. I remember when I was to start, I didn't have money to buy a microscope. Okay, but my first patient had meningitis, and they brought the guy, a lab scientist, semi-unconscious. I started on Rocephin. After 2 bottles, the guy could not afford it. I remember in UCH now, this medication, we don't use it again. Crystalline penicillin. I remember. Okay, Shugoga, where are you? Those notes you gave me, I just remember the note was under my table. I just saw it. I said, okay. Yours sincerely, after 5 days, this guy became conscious and was happy. To pay bill does not have. He now came and said, okay, I have a microscope. I want to give you for the money. I said, very good. I put it in the lab. Then later I said, you are the one that will be coming to do part-time here. He said, no problem, 2 hours per day, 2,000 per month. Okay, very good. After the first 3 months, I realized that I don't make less than 40,000, 50,000 from the lab, out of which I'll pay the scientist 2,000. I'll say, okay, good business. We are moving. So gradually, you see, then one thing, when you are starting practice, especially we're from Ibadan, don't lose. Oh, okay. Don't lose your focus. So every other thing, within a short time, started postgraduate, became a gynecologist, and know how to grow your practice. As it is, we started in 3-bedroom flats with this and that. But today now, we have 4 centers, and all those, I don't even know what the laboratory looks like, because there are people that are in charge of that laboratory. Then secondly, after some time, look at the business aspect of the practice. I went to Pan Atlantic University to go and learn about entrepreneurship. I sat down with it and other. So whichever way it is, number one, be determined if you are interested in private practice. Determine where you are putting the practice. Don't just rent anywhere. Don't just book for anywhere. Number 3, look at how you can look at the environment. My clinic, if I'm putting a clinic in Ikoyi, the way I will package it will not be the same thing. I'll put a clinic in Mushin, Ojuwoye. Because if somebody enter in Mushin, Ojuwoye, everywhere is air conditioned. The guy will turn back and say, no, I can't afford this place. I can't afford this place. You understand? So please be determined. And honestly speaking, to be honest, if you know what you are doing, that's number 1 thing. If you know what you are doing and you do it right, not just like the quacks, it will flourish. Because you see a lot of clients coming and all that. And you know that we're talking about brain drain. Before patients go to abroad for surgery, for all those things. But you see that Nigeria is becoming stable now. Most of those kids are now coming back. And for some of us in reproductive medicine and IVF, more than 50% of my patients come from US and UK now. So because number 1 is cheaper here, and we get better results there because there are a lot of policy over there. You can't transfer more than 1 embryo. But here, 2, 3 embryo, we go. 1 can survive, 2 survive. We are good to go. So please package yourself well. Be determined. Sky is the limit. Thank you very much.
Dr. Odunsi, please.
All right, so good afternoon, everyone. We've been having such a wonderful time. And in the next 10 minutes, I'm going to just summarize what I'm going to say. We've heard from the academicians. They've talked about residency. Right now, for most of us, the only pathway that you think you have as a student, as a medical student, is to just finish, graduate, get your MBBS, choose whatever specialty, do your residency, and then practice, either go into academics or just consultancy. Now, as a doctor, I've realized, especially as these beautiful Ibadan graduates, I realized that we are equipped with so much that anywhere you find yourself, you can thrive. And don't you limit yourself to the core medicine that you are taught. Today, I introduce myself as a social caregiver. Yes, I am a doctor. When I started, people had, but yes, I don't have a clinic, I don't have a hospital, I do just caring for older persons. And that platform was open. So we're talking about doing it right. I'm a doctor, but I don't do consultation in the office. So I tell people I don't do clinical practice, but yes, I practice medicine and health. What are the things that you need to survive or to do well in private practice, in whatever area? And like I said, don't limit yourself to hospital and just healthcare, medicine alone. You need to know what you want. You need to be clear, very clear on what path you want to take. Right now, you might not know, but for some of us, as we continue, and if it's somebody that you pray, you can continue to pray, and God will show you the way to go. Be very clear. Know what you want. Know the kind of life you want to live. Many times it pains me when I see doctors who have slaved and have worked so hard through school, through residency program, and they can barely survive because of so much pressure and so limited finances. When people that are not as brilliant as you are doing extremely well. Is it that those things that they are doing, you cannot do better? Yes, you can. But we are limiting ourselves to this space. You can do better. So be clear. Be clear and be bold to pursue whatever it is that you think that you want to be or you want to do. Number 3, you must acquire knowledge in that space. You know, Ibadan taught us excellence. Excellence must be, you know, your signature. Wherever they find you, they must find excellence. So, and what will make you to excel is the knowledge. It's the knowledge that you have. You must know your onions. So you want to be a specialist, be the best. You want to be, whatever it is you want to be the best. You want to be a trader, be the best. You can imagine, you know, I jokingly say that many times, there's no business I want to do that I will not stand out and not do well. Because I'm a doctor now. We are brilliant. You know, so you cannot limit yourself. So be the best. Acquire knowledge. The knowledge that you cannot acquire. I'm glad that many of our colleagues are saying that they have gone ahead to acquire so much knowledge in whatever fields. Some of them have had MBA and all that. So you want to know practice, and you don't have knowledge in business management, you will not do very well. So you need, that's part of the knowledge that you need to acquire. Knowledge in managing businesses. So you can have an MBA, you can decide to go into entrepreneurship, masters and all that, but ensure that you acquire knowledge. So knowledge in the core area that you want to practice, and then knowledge in managing business. In that business that we're talking about how you manage people, because there's no business that you do that you don't manage human beings. So you learn human management, human resource, so you are your own HR. You learn accounting. Many of us don't know what to do with money. You learn how to run accounts, business accounts and all that. You learn administration. Those are some of the things, I don't know if those have changed now. I think it should change. Those are the things that we did not have the opportunity of acquiring in med school. But that should not be an excuse for you. You go out, there's knowledge everywhere. So go out and acquire knowledge too. Of course, like you said, I mean, leadership. There are some of the things I will have said that others have said. You know, leadership, because as a business owner, you are a leader. And those are some of the things that leaders, you know, leadership will require. Ensure that you have the required legal skills or legal requirements for your industry. You know, we live in such a wonderful country that sometimes it's like a banana republic. But you should not use that as an excuse. Whatever it is that the law says, even if it doesn't really make sense. In fact, there are times that they don't have existing laws. But because you know your signature is excellent, you will look for whatever it is that covers your business, your practice, and ensure that you abide by those things. It is very, very important. As a medical, as a clinician, as a business owner, and all that, as a private practice, practitioner, you must ensure that you do all of that and you're on the side of the law. Now, SK mentioned what I was going to say now. Know your market. Know the niche that you want to serve. Know the population or the segments in the industry that you want to serve. You want to open a hospital, you cannot serve everybody. Do I want to serve the general people? Do I want to serve the rich, the cream, the la creme? Do you want to serve the middle class? You must be very clear. Every of those category of persons, they are important. They give you money, but it depends on you. So you must be very clear. Identify on each, know the market that you want to serve, and position your business or your practice in such a way that will attract the people that you want to attract. It is important that you are clear in your understanding of your market. What do they want? How do they want it? And you present whatever it is that they want. Remember, a business is an exchange of value. So, and you are meeting the needs of your clients. So if you open a business and you open it on your own terms alone, not on the terms of the people that require and would pay for your service, you are just running charity and not a business. In conclusion, believe in yourself. Know that there is no limitation. The only limitation you have is your mind. If you free yourself and believe that whatever it is that you have put your hand to do, you can't do it, then the sky will no longer be your limit. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, please let's give both of them again a round of applause. I'm sure you've taken very, very useful things on. P, I remember P of the packaging from Dr. Adebayo. And then be the best, because you are a product of the first and the best. Never forget. The next one you don't want to play with this because you will face it whether you like it or not. A time will come as a doctor that you will ask yourself, what do I need to know to be able to balance the other part of my life? So it's very important area. And again, we have one of us, past executive. Where is she? So she is past executive secretary of the State Health Board in Osun State, and she also has an NGO that has to do with total family. I mean, just going by that name, you know, she's already developed skills in work-life balance. So it's my pleasure to invite to give her talk now, Dr. Adebukola Olujide. Can we clap for her?
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. Mo kí wa pé a kú ìfaradà, a kú sùúrù látàárọ̀ o. Abi, is there anyone that does not understand Yoruba here? You don't? Okay, I'm just money that you've been with us. Okay. So, I want to do this the way some of us have been among the students to tell us what they understand by work-life balance. Students, Chizotech, or you delegate somebody. It's only your name that came to my head. What you understand by work-life balance?
Okay, what I understand by work-life balance is, I feel like we have things.
So that's about it. But does anybody want to add something? A lady or something different? A lady. Yes, you. I do. I will start now.
Thank you very much, Ma, for the question. So I think work-life balance is the ability to excel in your career path, in your work, to give your best, to reach the peak, and also to also have time, quality time for family, for yourself, and for any other aspiration you have aside your career.
Thank you very much. Okay, so I'll just quickly go over this. The IT is not cooperating with us, so I'll just go over it from here. Well, I'm going to start by saying that I have always been one to believe that in considering everything or everyone in life, you come first. That it's you first. It may sound selfish and self-centered, but that is what really would help, what I feel would help one best, because it's when you are all right as a parent, as a wife, as a husband, as anything, that you will not be able to give the best as a doctor. As a doctor, that you'll be able to give the best to your patient. Sorry, and it is the person that is healthy or that is alive that can take care of the sick, that can take care of others. Okay. Now, the reality of medical practice, we have, it's a high pressure, emotionally draining environment. We have long shifts on calls and overnight work. We're working in a high pressure, emotionally draining environment. We have long shifts on calls and overnight work. We have heavy administrative tasks. And so we have a lot of burnout and imbalance. It's reported that up to 60% of doctors report burnout. Resident physicians and ER staff especially are impacted. Survey shows increased mental health struggles in the past decade. I know that Professor Toloni has said a lot about this, so I will skip and go to some things. Some of the consequences of poor balance. We have physical fatigue, sleep disorders, and mental, like depression, anxiety, substance misuse. We have a lot of medical doctors that are actually involved in substance abuse, because of wanting to keep up. I watched a medical drama in which a particular brilliant professor of pediatrics was, I think the medical drama is the resident doctor. So this professor of pediatrics was brilliant. He was in high demand, but what he was doing to keep himself going was being on drugs that would just keep him high, and he would say a lot of people are depending on him. Of course, eventually he had a burnout. Okay, so and then the culture of self-sacrifice, that patients first often means self last, and medical training normalizes exhaustion, but the culture needs to change. We need to change that culture. So like I said, even the Bible says that you should love others as you love yourself. Okay, so self first, then others. Some will say God first, then yourself, then others. Okay, so you should, so some of the things that we can use to as strategies to take care of these issues. Setting boundaries. When you are off, you should truly disconnect. I know this is very difficult for us as doctors. I remember Dr. Mrs. Shokunbi used to say that, that even when they are away from their patients, they are still thinking about their patients, So it's very difficult for us, but it's something that we just need to train ourselves to do for the sake of our mental health, as they would say. Usually people abroad will say, my mental health, I need to take care of my mental health. We need to prioritize sleep and physical health. We need to seek peer support or therapy. We need to learn to say no when needed. The old Hippocratic oath was like just talking about our duties to others, to our patients, to colleagues, and all that. But I think there is a reformed and refined Hippocratic oath now that says that talks about self-care, that you also need to take care of yourself. And there are some things that we talk about. I call them the 10 Fs. The 10 Fs that can help to improve work balance life. 10 Fs. The first F is food. There are some things that we eat that will actually, act as stress relievers. I know some ladies would know things like chocolates and some other things like that could help to relieve stress. Fluids is the second F is fluids. That's water and other liquid things. The third is fruits. The fourth one is fasting. The fifth one is fitness. The sixth F is fun. And when we talk about fun, we talk in terms of music, in terms of comedy, in terms of sex for the married. Faith, that is in divinity. Fellowship with self, with family, with friends, and divinity. And the last two Fs is financial freedom. So when we take care of some of these things, we'll find that it will help us to strike the right work-life balance. Now, there are institutional strategies that have to be put in place, like enforcing duty hour limits and rest periods, reducing paperwork with better workflows, providing mental health resources and peer groups, normalizing flexible scheduling and leave policies, addressing staffing shortages proactively. We've had real-world examples of people that have put some of these programs in place, like the Mayo Clinic, comprehensive physician wellness programs, and in the UK, the NHS, less than full-time training option. Okay. So I would just like us to take a personal reflection and take a moment to consider, on a scale of 1 to 10, how balanced is our current schedule? Are we tilting more towards work than our personal well-being, or are we tilting more towards our personal well-being than work? And then what's one thing that you can do this week to improve your balance? And quickly, I just want to say that for the benefit of the medical students, that you have not chosen, you are not choosing your area of specialization yet, that there are actually fields in medicine that are more stressful than others. There are studies that have shown that some of the best fields where you experience the least stress are public health, pathology, what? And then you have some fields where you experience the most stress, like surgery, like O&G, pediatrics, so if you know your stress levels, it's advisable that you try to avoid going to some of these high stress level specializations. So you need to know yourself, so that you know what you are able to cope with. And our key takeaways: that work-life balance is not a luxury, it's essential. Both personal habits and organizational culture must evolve, and then small changes plus supportive systems will give us sustainable careers. And negative effects impact not just individuals, but patients and systems. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Buki. So we've got just 2 to go. So one of the beauty of going through medical school, especially in Ibadan, is that there are skills that are transferable beyond the confines of medical practice. So the next speaker, who is going to talk about career and vocation outside of medicine, how to navigate the entrepreneurial path, is someone who is a very successful businessman. He is the Chief Executive Officer and the Chairman of Mogtech Group of Companies with diversification in real estate, petroleum, marketing, and so much more. So,
thank you so much. Thank you, everyone, and good afternoon. The day is fast spent, and I don't know about, well, those days, I mean, if lectures continue up to this time, some of us are already getting very tired, and we're not paying attention anymore. So I can feel for the students, but thank you so much for still being around for the students. I think I'm here for you, actually, for the medical students. I'm here for you. I'm here to, I don't know what has changed. Why are we talking about entrepreneurship in our curriculum today? 30 years ago, nobody talked about it. Is there any problem? Is there anything we need to know about? That we're now talking about entrepreneurship, we need to talk about other careers outside of medicine, prestigious medicine, and, dentistry. There must be something wrong. Could it be, is this being driven by economy? Is driven by economy? Okay, well, that's very valid, but if it's driven by economy, then why did you even choose to come here in the first place? Why didn't you choose to go to some other careers, or some other professions, as against coming to study medicine before going to that other career? I mean, can also be interactive, I mean, with the students. That's why I say I'm here for you. Maybe for the first 2-3 minutes, we can have this interaction, then I'll take it from there. Could it be the economy? Could it be the issue of the Japata syndrome, the internal one? Yeah, please go ahead. Go ahead. You can speak from there. Don't worry, you don't have to come. Yeah. Very valid, very valid, very valid. 30 years ago, it was more like an anathema to have graduated from medical school and you're, running around saying that you're trying to set up a business, trying to do business. People feel like you're actually very irresponsible. People think, how can you be a doctor and you're trying to do business? There must be something wrong with it. But I'm happy that we have kids that are quite proactive, and they know what they want out of life, Okay, there are so many. Let me start with a few definitions because we talk about career, we talk about vocation, we talk about, okay, we have it, okay, fantastic. Okay, career as defined by Oxford Dictionary, because I'm speaking to you on careers and vocation outside medicine and dentistry. So career as defined by Oxford is an occupation undertaken for a significant period of a person's life and with opportunities for progress. Now some of us have chosen to be in the medical career, medicine. And by the way, before I even proceed, let me state upfront, this remains the most profitable, the most prestigious career you can ever find anywhere in the world. Being a medical doctor. So don't be deceived. Don't think there are no shortcuts. Don't think every career has its own issues, okay? It still remains the most prestigious. It may not be the most profitable in terms of, money, especially in our environment, but it remains the most prestigious, career you can ever choose to get involved with. Then a vocation is a strong feeling of suitability. Same Oxford Dictionary. Strong feeling of suitability for a particular career or occupation. A person's employment or main occupation, especially regarded as worthy and requiring dedication. That's vocation for you. Okay? So if you want to make a career out of medicine, out of life for the students, of course, you're already doing the right thing and become experts in your chosen field. And but I always say something. I say this all the time. If you could gain admission to study medicine or dentistry, or if you could go through the program, through the medical school, and you graduate as a medical doctor or as a dentist, then there's no career in the world that you cannot pursue once you put your mind on it. So I really shouldn't be standing in front of you, because if you could pass JAM, then pass the post UME or whatever they call it, then, or maybe have passed through the medical school and you've become a doctor or a dentist, there's nothing you put your mind on to achieve that you cannot achieve. Like my colleague said earlier on, a lot of times we're limited by our mind, in our minds. We have this limitation. We've been trained to be doctors, so we can only be doctors or only be dentists. It's a fallacy. It's so wrong. 30 years ago, I could count, maybe not more than 3 people I knew at the time were doctors, but they were not practicing. I probably was number 3 or number 4, and it was very embarrassing. It wasn't such an easy thing at that time, because people kept, keep telling you, why don't you? You have a very prestigious, profession. Why don't you? And sometimes you now start beginning to, you don't have to disclose who you are. But again, on the other hand, you found people who also helped you, trusted you, simply because you were a doctor. You trained as a doctor because they knew you had integrity You know, they knew there's no way you wouldn't have integrity. They could live so much with you. They gave you so much, you know, flexibility to operate, you know. So wanting to do any other thing outside of medicine, it's so easy. It's about making up your mind. In my opinion, it's about you deciding, oh, okay, I have studied medicine just to fulfill our righteousness, but I still want to be a HR expert, for example. I'm not going to come and start listing all the careers. Everything that, from pharmacy to engineering to geology to economics to just name it, you know, it's as wide as anything. So, but what if you could get in for medicine, if you could actually pass through medical college, then you can do everything. There's nothing you can't do if you put your mind on it. But again, there are some things, just like every other, even like medicine, there is this mindset. There's some qualities you must have. You must actively, not already. You must have, or you must pursue in your day-to-day activities to make sure you are the best in what you have chosen to do. You know, just like in medicine is, you know, one, then we'll have other one. So let's assume you want to be the best engineer, or the best geologist, or the best HR expert. You must have a personal vision. You must know what you want to be, you know, be that thing you want to be. You must really understand, you must be very clear to you. And this vision should be big enough that when you explain to people, it should scare them. They won't understand it. Nobody will understand it. You know, because if you don't have a vision, you're not going anywhere. You must have a vision about what you want to do, how you want to achieve it. Then number two, you must have integrity. Integrity is very important. Your career, you don't choose, oh, I want to be a business person. This becomes even more important because people must trust you. You need to be trusted. Then, like I think it was Bukit also mentioned, knowledge. You must actively pursue knowledge. Anything you choose to do, I have already gone past the stage that I said, for as long as you have enough brilliance. Everybody here, I mean, I'm talking to the students, you know, you must have been a champion from your local schools, from wherever you went to, for you to be here, to be in UI. So that means you're very brilliant already. You passed JAM, you're already medical school, you're doing well, you've passed anatomy, biochemistry, and physiology. So you're already brilliant, you're too brilliant. Some of you actually almost are, you know, finals. So there's nothing to worry about. But again, when whatever else you want to do, let's say you decide to become, I keep going back to HR, I don't know why, HR expert. You must seek knowledge in that area. You must understand it. You must know why you want to do it, and you must, you know, pursue it. You must try to, you know, possibly go, like in my own case. Of course, this is my class. You can imagine I finished with them, but I went back to school. I didn't go to do residency, but I went back to school to, you know, acquire an MBA. I went back for an MBA because I chose business. You know, business now is like, you know, generic word covering everything that I do, everything people do outside of medicine. So I thought I needed some more knowledge to be able to drive my business or businesses. Then I had to go back to school to acquire the MBA because it's very important. So you must have knowledge. You must be hardworking. You can't want to succeed, you know, without working so hard. You must work very hard. If you're ever going to leave medicine to pursue career, there's no easy, it's not like once you go there, the money starts coming. You must have to work hard. You must show knowledge, you must distinguish yourself to be able to make the best out of it, okay? Then you must seek guidance and mentorship. It's very important. Just like in medicine, you have senior colleagues, your teachers, your lecturers, guiding, mentoring. You know, also in other vocations and careers outside of medicine, you would need, so there are similarities, you know, but I'm just trying to point them out. So you must seek guidance and mentorship. You must identify people you think, oh, I love the way you have carried yourself, or you have done your business, or you have, you've played your part in this career. I would like you to mentor me. I'm not talking about somebody you look up to. I'm talking about somebody who's going to be actively mentoring you, because you need to be mentored actively. So, and when you talk about mentoring, it's a whole lot of, things that we talk about there. So then the next one is that you must network. I don't know about medicine. I don't think we did more of networking. In medicine, like about medicine, immediately after second MB, we're yanked up from UI. We're brought through UCH, and we're locked up here. And it's about studies, exam. So I don't think we're very good at that. I mean, we're not the designers of the curriculum or the program made it so that you could only be trained to be a doctor or a dentist, and you cannot be anything else. That's the kind of training we have today. Part of life is that you must mix around, you must, network. You must, know people in geography, have friends everywhere. You must interact, you must have time to go for parties. You must do some stupid things, as a student. In fact, in the stupidity, that's why sometimes you find opportunities, But in medicine, it's so, I don't know about because I heard I heard from Professor Tolori retired when he mentioned that I think they were working on the curriculum to add entrepreneurship and all of that. It's not enough to add entrepreneurship. They also need to make a program that is, very more healthy, to the extent that it gives students time to interact with others. Students can mix up, because yanking you from UI to UCH is the right thing to do, but you must have time to continue to go back and forth and relate with that other environment, because there you're going to find future leaders, you're going to find future ministers, future business leaders, people you may want to interact with in the future, beyond the school. All right, then what I have as my number 7 is that for you to also succeed, you must have that, you must be ready to attend trainings and conferences. Trainings and conferences. Within that space you have chosen, you must, because that's where you meet people, you gain knowledge, you understand, what is important in that sector, okay? And I think my time is almost up. Then I'll leave you with that, okay? So if you read that, you can see what it says. You can do all things through Christ who strengthens you. I wish you all the best in your future career. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chai. So I know it's late in the day, but this last session is particularly important. So you've listened to a number of speakers, and with the best made plan, things will not always go according to plan. That is guaranteed. That is guaranteed. Whether you want to be an academic physician, a clinician, a private practitioner, there will be potholes on the way to success. So, what do you do when things don't work out? You give up? No. So the last speaker, he's going to talk to us about how we deal with setbacks, pearls of wisdom. And he's actually penned a book, and I think the students have been given a copy of that for free. So it's my pleasure to invite Dr. Olushoji Shogun, popularly called SOJ, popularly called Bishop, who is a specialist in family medicine as well as palliative medicine, and also a founder and leader of an international Bible church in Johannesburg. Over to you, SOJ.
Thank you. Grateful. I promise you a delivery in 10 minutes if you will give me your attention. The chairman, Professor Adeolu, thank you. Good day, sir. the moderators, UI95 executives, I greet you all. My fellow wonderful classmates, congratulations on this 30-year celebration. The bright and resilient medical students, wow! I greet you all. I greet you all. I'm here to talk about dealing with setback. When I was given this topic, something snapped within me. I just thought, why write to 600, 500, 400 level students only? Let me write it, let me do something for the whole, and ma'am, thank you. And back over there, it's somebody, is Professor Farombi still there? Well, he's one of the people that speaks to my story. I am a flesh and blood testimony of what they call setback. When I graduated secondary school in 1984, I was a brilliant student. I'm in the best class in my class. I supposed to enter university the next year. Well, the slides, please. Do you have it? So, I supposed to enter the university the next year. But one way or the other, I started going around in circles for 3 years. My juniors became my senior. By the time I entered medical school, my classmates were 3 years ahead of me. Well, I even came in by direct entry. Come to think of it, I wrote second MB. Boom. I repeated that year. So it becomes how many years? 4th year. My younger sister's classmates became my classmates. Are you getting me? Setback is not, what is setback? It comes in different ways, different sizes, and in different forms. I cannot fully explore it here today. You have yours, but it will be unique to you as your fingerprint because you are different. And there are certain things about it that you must pay attention to. I know you can make it. I know you will make it. By the time I'll be getting to 200 levels, can we start? Oh, praise God. I'm sorry, I'm a pastor, so if I say praise God, dealing with setbacks, pairs of wisdom, how to rise stronger, projected. Thank you. Yeah. First thing, setbacks are not disqualifications. They are actually invitations to grow. It depends on your perspective. What is a setback? It comes in different forms. And like I said to you, that was mine. You, please cast your mind back to one setback that you have had one way or the other, or you are still having. And for our dear students, it's going to happen. This is not to scare you. There will be a challenge one way, whether in getting into your matching specialty, marriage, or look, in every area of the existence of man, spirit, soul, and body, there will be a challenge or a setup, a setback one way or the other. What I thought was, instead of just taking time, I wrote that book because that snapped within me, and it's not just that it snapped for you, it's for me. It's something about me that I want to use to help other people so that what we need to know, what I wish people could have told me ahead of time, I can tell them, and how I navigated that path because it helped me. I've seen people in medical school have setback and they have psychosis, develop psychosis for life. I don't know about this set, but you can remember in our set, can't you? You understand? There's a mark, Brother Amoron, Professor Femi Amoron. You will remember this day in ABH, we were going to take a brother. This brother he was about 3 or 5 years, he was your roommate. Yeah, about 5 years ahead of us in ABH, and we had to take him to PLU on that day. He looked at me, he started begging me, he said, Brother Soji, please don't take me. Please don't take me. Please don't take me. The next thing, we were holding him, he gave me a headbutt. I started bleeding from my left eyebrow. The mark is still there till today. Setbacks come. How do we handle it? Common responses to setbacks: frustration, self-doubt. You doubt yourself sometimes. It makes you look like you are not the same one that have been doing it. You look at your WAEC result. I know somebody among us sets that had, was it 10 distinctions? 10 distinctions. And he came back to medical school, started repeating. And they're brothers of 4. Her younger sister, his younger sister nearly became his classmate. God helped him. Isolation. And not only here, but we're talking about life after school. What about when you pray, you desire something and it doesn't come? Guys, brethren, brothers, sisters, let's face reality. No matter which faith you are, God is interested in our lives. Don't let us be hypocritical with our lives. Look, if somebody is deceiving you, it's good. The moment you start deceiving yourself, there is no cure for it again in life. Don't deceive yourself. Face reality. If prayers are not answered, why? There must be a reason. There must be a reason. You may not believe in God, but each and every one of us believe in a higher force that is bigger than us, that orders our life. And that is what I want you to know, that there is a ministry. There is a plan for your life. There is a plan for your life. And everybody look at me, point at me. Say, you can't miss it. Say it again, you will not miss it. No matter what you went through, believe me, no matter what you go through, or you went through, or you will go through, you can still get it right. You can still get it right. Spiritual fatigue. God's perspective on this, I'll just give you this and leave it because of people that may not be this. Everything works together for our good. Even the pain. What we call pearls of wisdom. Pearls are not formed ordinarily. They are formed out of irritation. A stone gets into an oyster, and in an attempt to get it out of its shell, it starts rubbing itself, and then it starts laying layers of nacre against the wall, and that is what becomes beauty. The story of your life is being written. The harder it is, the more beautiful it becomes. Your wife died. Something happened. Somebody is this, they duped you. Different challenges of life. Look, I'm not going to repeat what other people have said, but the concept of mental health is not a Western thing. It is something that we need in Nigeria, and we better adapt it home. You need community. Amen. I warned you. I warned you. I'm sorry about Abe. Look, each and every one of us, our God writes redemption into our stories. It's not yet the end. It's a process. It's a process. 6 pairs of wisdom that I'm giving today. 1, perspective is power. Perspective is power. Guard your head in hard season. Ministry of the lay. People matter in recovery. Rising stronger. Look, your viewpoint shapes your recovery. Setbacks are not coffins. They are classrooms. The way you see things is the way it will become for you. And that is why in medicine, please, I want to implore each and every one of us, my teachers, my professors, my seniors, and even people that helped me when challenges were, because at a point I doubt myself. When I speak about Professor Farumbi in biochemistry, he gave me, I actually have to go and buy a book note. You understand? What do you call these? I can't remember those names. The name they call them A4 paper, big. Then he'll give me past questions. I will go and write those questions and answer them with the textbook and bring it back to him to write. It's just because he left, I will have called him. But no, somebody have not left. He was here. Yes, Professor Shadrach is here. Where's Bemi? Bemi is about 2 rooms. Okay, Bemi is about 2 rooms away from me. 8 weeks to graduation. I had, look, when I want to pass, I'll pass all. Is either I pass 3. Or when I want to fail, I'll I'm so sorry about it. I'm not encouraging laziness. I'm not encouraging, but there are some things that is beyond what we know. My roommates, all my classmates that contribute to my stories are here. And that is why I'm pouring this into everything that they said. Now, 8 weeks to our graduation, we did part 5 exam is O&G and pediatrics. I just finished the receipt, so I passed. 8 weeks to graduation, medicine, surgery, PSM is what we do last. Am I right? All what I do, I joined their group, the discussion group. And these guys, they never missed a class, a step. These are brilliant guys. It's 2 rooms away. And all what I'm looking for is in my pocket. I joined their discussion group. So when they are discussing passing questions, I'm recording. I am just, it's like a tape recorder. I am there. I went in with the college. They said be collegial, or what did you say? You understand? With the collegiate education, I passed 1 attempt. Are you with me? It's important that we see setbacks, not as a coffin, but as a classroom. Your emotional health is very important. What in IQ built in 19 years, EQ can destroy it in 1 year. Lack of emotional quotient can destroy it in 1 year. Am I finishing? Okay. Okay, thank you. Sorry about that. The ministry of delay. Delay is not denial. The fact that you apply and they didn't give you doesn't mean, doesn't in life. I'm able to blend the 3 things that I do in neurosurgeon. There's nothing wrong in being a neurosurgeon, Prof. But if you remember, I told you, it's better to be the best general practitioner in Alakere area than to be the redundant area. My trials that I went through, the challenges, the setbacks that I have, many books have written. Listening to a patient alone means something to them because you give them psychological air. Are you with me? Delay is not denial. Don't be alone. Please, our students, please, people at the back, say this with me. Find safe. Pain becomes easier when other people help you carry it. Burden becomes lighter when people lift it with you. Do you agree with me? Yes. Let's do it. There's a difference between knowing something and doing them. There's a lot that we know that we give you today. Let it failure. 3 Ds of success and 4 Ds of failure. You might find it out. You might want to read it. And it's all about the discipline, the dedication, and determination that one of us said here. Then build structure around recovery. I can't say everything that I know or that I've experienced, but my heart goes to you. And that's why I've written that book. I will want you to please pour yourself. Take time to read that book. I know your experience will be different from mine, but I want you to know that the more you face your setback, the more you find your place in life. And you'll be a round peg in a round hole with what you are doing. Even if there are 10 neurosurgeons in the same department of the healing things now, become a pearl giver. We're going to be in it lifelong. We're going to be in it lifelong learning. Every season has a... Finally, your scars can serve others. Every star general that you see have a scar, or they have scars. I explored it a lot in the book. Scars that you have can serve others. And please be a pearl giver. You too. Your experiences are unique. You may have been set back, but you are not set aside. The pearl is still forming, and your story is not over. I see stories. I see dynamic stories that can change and impact people's lives all over the world, all over the auditorium. Thank you for your attention.
Keep clapping, keep clapping. Rah. Pastor Dr. Shoji Shogun. Okay, so there you have it, a complete package. What money cannot buy. We have given the institution money, but we have also given you a complete package of what money cannot buy. So again, for all the speakers, I want you to give a round of applause really loud, really loud. Students, you should be upstanding. You should be upstanding giving. Okay, thank you very much. This is the point in which we have to defer to our chairman, how he wants this to go. We know time is fast spent, and it's desirable to take question and answer, but we have a chairman. He will have to tell us how to proceed.
How many? 1, 2, 3. So we take the first. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, I think that's all. But be very 1 minute each. And then somebody has a little something to share with us, but no more than 2 minutes. I'm going to be the one to tell you.
And it was our said president who just said I should talk about medical entrepreneurship in the diaspora. But I want to say something first. You can do anything. When I was in medical school, those who know me know that I actually wanted to graduate from medical school, hang my stethoscope, and become a professional footballer or soccer player, as we call it in North America. But I tore my ACL ligament, and I was looking at Socrates, who captained Brazil to the 82 World Cup, played the 86 World Cup, and Carlos Bilardo, who is an obstetrician, won the 86 World Cup for Argentina as their coach, and got them to the final against Germany. But I tore my ligament shortly after crossing to this place, and in 91 you couldn't do ACL reconstruction, so that put pay to that. Sorry, this is quite, this is not prepared or 1 or 2 minutes. So what's medical entrepreneurship? It can mean different things to different people, whether you're asking about health professionals in the diaspora starting businesses or building cross-border ventures that link back to their countries of origin, or healthcare professionals, physicians, nurses, physios who engage in entrepreneurial activities such as private practices, family medicine clinics, dental surgeries, urgent care, and all whatnot. It could be medical technology ventures. It could be pharmaceutical or medical supply chains, training and capacity building, medical tourism, and all. There are quite a few challenges, so I'm just talking from my experience doing this for about 13 years in Canada. The first problem usually is about the regulation and licensing, which you have to overcome. But the biggest problem is funding and access to capital. It's actually harder to secure investment if the venture spans borders. And our lack of financial know-how in budgeting and writing business plans, that's for me, one of the biggest impediments. There is actually no medical school or residency program that teaches these. And I'm glad we've talked about, I've heard today, talking about, in our blog posting just before medicine, surgery, PSM, that's the only time that we do forensic medicine. It's a 3-hour lecture. Mr. Chairman, you're part of the program here. May I just suggest that if we could do a 2-hour lecture for students, right? I'm sure it will help. It will help a lot because this is actually our biggest problem. Of course, there are gaps in infrastructure, limited technology, logistics, workforce, and all of that. Then the time and the bandwidth. How do you balance your clinical practice with your business operations? So time management. There are cultural differences, right? And it varies, especially when you go from one environment to the other. Sometimes it's just your accent alone. We all have accents. Me, I'm proud of my Nigerian accent, and I don't want to lose it, despite the length of time I've been out of the country and all the places I've been to. And that could be a problem. Of course, we know your skin color and all of that. Just strategies for success. I think 2 people have mentioned this previously. For me, the biggest thing has always been creating your own niche. You need to actually find what differentiates you from all the others. Number 2, it needs to be sustainable. Number 3, in this day and age and social media, you need to be able to tell your story. So you need to be able to put it out there and then try to leverage your networks and partnerships. There are different models in the diaspora, whether it's about owning your own place. So Lawrence, their statistics was a little bit wrong because the number of physicians, especially Nigerian physicians, pouring into Canada right now, I don't think we have that pouring into anywhere else, right? So when you come to a place like Canada, just when you're not planning to set up your own business, you automatically have become self-employed and you have become, in a way, an entrepreneur. How do you navigate that? Understanding the difference between the splits for the medical side and for the dental side, or even if you're doing something like aesthetics, where in medicine it could be a 70-30 split, but in dentistry it's a 30-70 split because of how much they put into equipment, and even if it's just to take impression, it helps to your home. Of unique opportunities for that to prevent you from succeeding.
Well, thank you so much. If they are targeted at individuals, individual presenters, I think we should stop at this point. On behalf of the LOC, and I think on behalf of the college as well, I wish to thank all the presenters, from Professor Adeyemo down to Dr. Shogun, which I think they deliberately put him at the end so that we can really enjoy him so much. May I make a request? I don't know, Dr. Oga, do you have recordings of this, a kind of handbook? Even if you cannot print it out, if you give it to CMEU, we ensure that our students, almost on a yearly basis, we give it to them to go through. There's so much packed. To keep enjoying it. Something that I'm actually interested in. And I guess the students must have enjoyed themselves. If you have not, by the time you go through all this, they've spoken about so many important events, including how to handle setbacks. I think it's something that we would like to have. If the college does not have it, I'm sure we'll have it. But definitely, CMEU would like to have it and have this presented to... Okay, so, no, definitely. At least you have soft copies that you can give to patients. If you can sponsor printing it, why not? But, CMEU is College of Medicine Education Unit. We are the one in charge of reviewing the curriculum and ensuring that so many things, about six different subunits, clinical skills, curriculum and so on and so forth. So this is something that I'm sure will benefit our students. Even though initially I was wondering when I saw the people, the presenters, almost about, how many? 8 or thereabout. Me, when he mentioned it to me. Because I would have told him right away, no way. No way. But I must say that I didn't regret staying back. Everybody must have benefited in one way or another from this. So thank you so much. The discussion can continue. The students, you can meet the various speakers and ask your questions and all of that. And like I mentioned, I promise that if they give us the soft copies, we'll find a way of getting it across to all the students, because the students are very few. I kept on looking at it, wow. Even whether you're abroad or anywhere, the entrepreneurial parts, how to handle certain things, and I think they are very, very important things that people need to have. So once again, thank you so much.
Thank you. So in concluding, we would like the symposium for chairing the panel discussion and for sharing your knowledge, passion, and vision post-graduation reunion of this class on this day, the 19th of September, 2025.
Yeah, the faculty, photograph with the chairman. Thank you very much for staying through. For the medical students, I believe the University of Ibadan, 1995, medical, and from now till late this, all the best.
Thank you. wà good ó wà pa kan súnmọ́ àṣàkẹ́ yẹn ẹ̀bí bond ó wà fully booked. ok mọ bá ṣẹlẹ̀ sdm tàbá pé o lè wò ná sd. Madam, I never shop this morning. I wonder, Bimbo, ẹni tó bẹ̀rẹ̀ ló ń ṣèyàn. The same group.
Remember now.
Ìṣòkanlá ẹ jẹun ni.
Anyway, maybe she looks like the two of you together. That's some pictures of faith. You also have some pictures of you. It would be nice to have a visit.
what meeting do you want to do? What do you want to discuss? After the reunion now, you have to give report. No, we can still have AGM in December. Doesn't matter, we can do virtual. After this reunion, each committee will get their report. That's it. Who was that? Yeah, it's just from. Change it. Or double. No. Double it. Yeah, the leg. Get us another chair. By God's grace. Madam, don't worry, more than okay. For me, pepper soup, mo wá fi jẹ okra. Yo, you want my sound record yẹn sí àbí? You want my sound record yẹn sí? I'm on internet connection for now. Okay. Kumulaka number. Protos actually whether they are supposed to come for He told me he will come. He told me. No, he told me himself that you told him. Kumulaka number. I want you to officially invite you. Go write and send that to me. I don't know the address. I will send you the address. Is there the flyer now? Is there flyer for where they pin now? Is there for our class app? For one. Even the YouTube day, I come out worldwide this week. I'm not going to look for. No, but I said in YouTube. Now, it's going to delay. Not delay now. 1 year of June. They don't put them there. A lot of people are congratulating you. Wait, I'm coming. 0261. Say, can you see me? Say that, see me. No, just send it to me like that. I'll send it to you. That's it. Akérèlé o. Don't tire. Don't waka today. Kí ló ṣẹlẹ̀? Hello ma, hello. Ẹ jọ̀ọ́ ọmọ wa ni wọ́n. Ọlọ́kùn méjì. Ẹ jọ̀ọ́. Ẹ ṣé gan. Don't be angry o. Life is not about angry o. Am I right? Hello. Fine. I dey fine o. Hello. Báwo ni? Ṣé gbogbo ẹ ń lọ? Hello, sir. Amen, are you too? Gbogbo ẹ ń lọ dáadáa, dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ lọ. Ọlọ́run ṣe ìyàdùn, ká dúpẹ́. Amen o. Àwa nìyẹn ṣé gbogbo ẹ ń dùn? Lágbọ́rọ̀ lọ, lágbọ́rọ̀ lọ. No, Adishe Ola is just gala. It's just a dinner.
Okay, so what did I say before?
Ibẹ̀ ni.
Hallelujah. Ẹ kú ìnáwó.
Ẹ wo Ọlọ́run.
More grace and more blessings in Jesus' name.
Amen, amen.
Ẹ pẹ̀lẹ́.
Ẹ ṣé gan.
Kò ṣẹlẹ̀ jẹ́ kí ẹ̀rọ gbogbo wọ́n lè gbé wà láàrin àwọn èèyàn yín báyìí.
Àyíwá ń bì. Ẹ ṣé.
A máa sọ̀rọ̀ lọ́la.
Lágbọ́rọ̀ lọ. Okay. Amen. Amen. Bye. Sorry, give me your brother's number. Send it to me. Wumi don't deliver his son to her. So I need the number so I can give to the guy. The lady will go to meet him at the hotel. So share his number with me. I'll do that. You have to call me earlier on when we're having the lecture. Program here.
Muslim and Christian.
Okay. Muslim and Christian. No. For Muslim, for the Christian, Michael.
Okay,
Okwala for Christian, Oriolowo for Muslim.
Okay.
Now, I was asking you to do me a favor.
Okay.
Now, I want to give, you know that elderly man, Ogwefi? Petrus. I want him to hold us, although he told me he won't be able to contribute. We could break cola because our more Igbo class one, some of them are feeling estranged. No. So that's why I want to use that wisdom. That's what I was telling you. So he has communicated with me. So I told him I'll give him 2 to 5 minutes to break the cola. So put him there, please. I will remind you. So that I can break cola, so that it be a sense of belonging for everybody. So our Muslim Christian, what they pray to, you just tell the kid, let him break cola. You get?
I guess.